Him and Black Raw, Yellow Man, P. Diddy, the moment you all been waiting for.
Murder.
Queen B, Queen B.
What y'all riffing about? Hang 'em like they did in the South. Dead with your dick in your mouth. Now what this shit is about? Niggas sleeping. Like I won't slip in your house. Come on, and put my dick in your spouse. Till you get home. I lamp like a party of couch. Dad, sit on me. That's when I'ma squeeze 50 pretty swiftly. Till them coppers come and get me. Try to tell his coward ass is real. Acting like I can't get through that Sloman shit. I'm a veteran. I take levers and firms. Safe cracker. Moved from New York to Jersey. Still sing kites with birds. Nothing's heard. Feds wanna tap my words. Come on, take vehicles off curbs. Tools off herb. Jewels off all you nerds. You swerve. I splurge with all y'all riches. Coming to jank, blind all y'all bitches. Give respect, cause respect is due. Keep frontin', and I'ma put the tech to you. Coward. Dame espacio. Por favor. Dame espacio.
Can I get a minute to breathe?
Dame espacio.
That means give me space.
Dame espacio. Think I'm just talking like I never did these things. Snap chains and rings, teddy bears from siblings. I did things some of y'all cowards might not imagine, like running in stores, gun drawn, spazzing, pressing the button, bitch, I'm not having. Wanna be a super employee and leave in the bagging? Black wagon, babe boy, I'm not bragging, it's a promise. I'll take him to school like Nostradamus. It's my thing, do what I do best. Want the treasure chest and that dough in your girl breast? How dare you try to stash yours and get yours? What? Mine's is mine's, what's yours ain't yours, get his whip. Watch how quickly I paint yours, watch Poppy in them. Hit it up with the paintballs. Coward niggas got the gall. Thinking I will lamp in the hall like New Year's and drop the ball, bitches. Dame espacio. Por favor. Dame espacio.
Can I get a minute to breathe?
Dame espacio.
That means give me space.
Dame espacio.
Back and forth. Yeah. Where I come from, we all got guns. Be 100 of y'all and we still won't run. Never that. Call the cops, they still won't come. We bang on niggas like we playing the drums. These cats think they know me black. Well, I hit them over the head and say, homie, don't play that. Listen to their rhymes and say, didn't I say that? Damn, I'm the shit. It's like I'm a nigga, they be riding my dick. Get on some old school shit, bitch, run your kicks. Go on, y'all can have my flow. I extort y'all hoes for all y'all dough. Give me that. And by now, I think all y'all know who the winner still champ by TKO. What? And the winner down is Espacio, Black Raw. Okay.
Come on. Yeah. Dame espacio. Por favor. Give me space. Dame espacio. I mean, por favor. Back up. Dame espacio. Por favor. Give me space. Dame espacio. I mean,
can I get a minute to breathe?
back up. Dame espacio.
That means give me space.
Dame espacio.
Back and forth.
Dame espacio. Por favor. Give me space. Dame espacio. Por favor. Back up. Dame espacio. Por favor.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. We back, y'all. What it do? What it do? Yeah, quick second, though. Please. All right, y'all, just trying to recover. Trying to recover and be back like Danny Glover, you know what I'm talking about? Whatever happened to that dude? You know, Lethal Weapon, you know what I'm saying? Those was pretty cool, man. Those was pretty cool. Let's see who we got, though. Shout out to Clem, man. What it do, Clem? Shout out to My Mind. What's up with it, My Mind? What it do, Vibrant? You know what I'm saying? Don't go around in the town unless Vibrant is around on the mound. Because sometimes Vibrant, you know, she'll play baseball, softball. Meaning she'll strike you motherfuckers up out of here. You know what I'm talking about? What's up with it, Melanated? Good to see you. What's up with it, Tay Bay? Good to see you too. So I think I got everybody so far, y'all. They're gonna come in, no, they're gonna come in, you know what they do, you know what they do. Shout out to everybody. And the whole replay crew. So starting to warm up a little bit out here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Weather was definitely a lot better today. It's supposed to be like 80 and some change tomorrow, y'all. And then it looks like later on during the week, shortstop all-star. There you go. There you go, Viber. We supposed to damn near hit the 90s and shit, y'all. It's like sometimes you ask for certain things, but you really don't want them, man. Because when it starts getting fucking hot, oh man, it gets bad, y'all. It gets bad. And I don't know why my shit just keeps leaning, bro. Like that's crazy. It was up a little bit, my hair getting heavy, y'all. But yeah, it's gonna start getting hot, y'all. I already feel a little bit of it right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't got the fan tail blazing like the other week when it was hot, bro. Like I had both of them going. So I was like, man, I hope y'all don't hear all this buzzing and shit. But I like to go live with my people, man. But I ain't trying to be, just hella discomfort and shit going live, hella just sweating my ass off and shit, man. Fuck all that. But shout out to y'all, man. I got a good one for y'all tonight, man. And real shit, I watched about the first maybe 4 minutes. And then I just cut it. I was like, man, I got to watch this with my people for just complete live reactions and shit with this shit, bro. Because the antics that I seen just in the first fucking 3 minutes, y'all, you guys are going to be like, you got to be kidding me. And look, I'm not kidding you. Yeah. The shit was crazy, y'all. But before we get into that, on my community wall, y'all know I be putting up those, certain images and shit like that. And my mind's always like, oh, so we gotta wait for the next show for the answer. Usually, yeah, but I did give y'all the answer in the comment section. And what was funny is some of y'all replied after I gave you guys the answer. It still came up the wrong answer. But shout out to y'all because I love the participation. But like I said, all of y'all was right at the time. It was 216. I thought you guys was gonna be like 210 or stuff like that. Because that last one was kind of hard. What it do? Let's call what it do, man. But you guys was on it, man. And after this live, I do got another one for y'all. So, check it out. And even had Jay Dunn come through, man. She said she always slide through, though. She said just that one. She said she knew she kind of had a good chance. But shout out to Jay Dunn. I like when y'all slide through, man. A lot of people that participate in that, y'all, I never really see them like when I go live or nothing. So that's why it's dope, man, when you have the replay game. Because there really is people that be out there, man, and they fuck with it, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to them, man. And shout out to them for, participating in that shit. Because I like it, man. I think it's cool. I think it's something, I used to kind of like those crossword puzzles and shit. I think that's what they're called, yeah. I used to like those. You know what I mean? And it's sort of like something kind of cool to do on the net. You know what I'm talking about? But let's get into the content for the night, y'all. This shit is going to throw y'all. It is. Because it threw me. You know what I'm saying? To the point where I was like, she is out of pocket. But I don't know how it turns out or anything, y'all. I don't. But we gonna see together, y'all, for real. So let's go ahead and get into it, man.
But whatever you. So what's going on? Yeah, are you not feeling well?
Seizure.
This is Okisha Maria Range, a woman who just murdered her own best friend, and this is her plan to get away with it all, whether it's faking a seizure,
I'm seizing.
or a diagnosis.
Now, have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yeah.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Okisha may be the dumbest killer we've ever shown.
Oh, it's painful.
Yes, I'm popping.
You're popping? You need an ambulance?
Yes.
On March 7, 2022, police in Georgia responded to a condo after receiving...
Hey, y'all. Y'all gotta hit the like button. Okay. And the reason why is because, like I said, this is some diabolical shit. Let's go, y'all. Shout out to the replay gang. I think y'all are gonna enjoy this too. Let's go.
Am I your favorite grandkid?
The truth is, switching from DirecTV set.
Damn, he done
an
told her about
unsettling
DirecTV,
911 call
y'all.
from a woman claiming that her roommate was dead. When they arrived at the apartment, they discovered Shamaria Mimi Fletcher deceased. Mimi was a hardworking, kind, extremely giving 34-year-old woman who had no enemies, no criminal past, and should have had a bright future ahead of her. Instead, it was cut short. And pretty quickly, police had their first suspect, her roommate, Okisha Range, who conveniently was struggling to explain exactly what happened to Mimi. And she didn't get much better at explaining it when she was brought down to the station for initial questioning.
How you doing, ma'am? You okay? Ma'am, are you okay? What's going on? Are you okay? Okay, you need an ambulance? Okay. What's your complaint, ma'am? Chest pain? You gotta talk to me. How old are you? 34? And what's the complaint? Difficulty breathing? Okay. 3502.
Check game, y'all. Dude, like, man, what's going on, bro? You feel me? Opened up the door. You know, she over here doing the Thriller. You know what I'm talking about? He ain't got time for this shit. You feel me? And look, y'all, let me see. Where we at? 2 minutes and 19 seconds. I think I got to 3 minutes and 47 seconds to be exact, y'all, but I just said 4 minutes just to keep it all the way 100, right? And that was it, y'all. I didn't see nothing past 4 minutes, man. This shit is wild, but look, it's gonna get crazy. Check gang. Let's get back to it. He shut the door on that chick, though. Like, hold on, man. I ain't got time for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Yeah, you good.
Gracias.
Yeah, just take your mask off. It's fine. You have difficulty breathing? Huh? Yeah, you just gotta sit like that. It's all good. I know.
So look, y'all. She's faking a seizure, right? But the thing is, it's like she'll do that freeze up shit. And it had me dying, y'all. Like, that's why I could only watch so much of it. And I was like, bro, I gotta watch this with the people. But that shit she's doing, bro, is so fucking crazy. Like, you gotta really think, man. These motherfucking investigators, bro, probably see it all, bro. They probably see it all. You feel me? Because this motherfucker is completely out of pocket, bro. But I'm not gonna stop it no more. Let's go, man. I just be dying, y'all. I might have to mute up my mic because this shit be having me dying. Y'all. Here we go.
I know it's uncomfortable, but we got you. Just have a seat. Relax. We got you. Just have a seat. It's fine. It's okay. Just have a seat. Just have a seat. Just relax, okay? Back pain?
Painful.
Oh, it's painful. You're right.
Ironic that she's complaining about that when she's the one being a total pain in the butt. It may be the result of a little-known disease called lyingitis. If you want to see us clown on more people who think they're smooth liars, be sure to like and subscribe. It's literally all we do here.
Oh, you had surgery. Okay, just relax. Just relax. Just relax.
I'm popping.
You're popping? You need an ambulance? You need an ambulance?
Yes.
Good. All right. Talk to me. What you need? What you want me to do for you? Take a deep breath, man. We it's good. It's okay. Deep breath. In and out. There you go. You can take the mask off if it's uncomfortable. Just have a seat. Just have a seat. It's fine. Just have a seat. Talk to me. In, out. In, out. There you go. In, out. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, we're good now. There you go. In and out.
Yes.
Slow your breathing down. There you go. It's all good.
Can I have a napkin?
Can you have a napkin? I got to find a napkin for you.
Yes, please.
Anything else?
No. Can you please call the police?
You want
the
the detective you were speaking with?
the hospital. Yes, it doesn't really matter.
Do you want to talk to the detective that was talking to you earlier?
It doesn't matter. I'm literally. Is my sister okay?
I'll get them to come. I'll let you know. So you need to talk to the detective about your sister. You said correct?
No.
So here's what's going on.
Okay.
So here's what's going on. I'm just sitting here. I have no idea what's going on. So you gotta work with me. So okay, it's fine. So you want to talk to the detective that was talking to you earlier?
I don't care. Just get somebody on the phone.
Okay, I'm gonna have to come talk with you. Who?
No, you can call our parents too.
Okay. All right, I got you. Hang tight, all right?
Yeah. You gonna call our parents?
I'll have the detective come and talk with you and call your parents as well. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
We already did that. So what's next?
Again, I'm just here, ma'am. I don't know what's going on. So the person that could assist you, I'm gonna have him to come talk with you so you guys have an understanding, all right?
Okay.
I appreciate you.
In case anyone is wondering, that's not how you use an inhaler. Now, at this point, keep in mind, police haven't actually questioned or accused Okisha of anything. She's simply been brought to the station to see if she can provide any insight into who may have hurt Mimi. And in a way, she's doing just that by acting like, well, this.
The best part about Russell Stover sugar-free candies. No sugar, great taste, guaranteed.
Okay.
1 in 3 males over 40 experience drips and dribbles.
Drips
but imagine
and
being this comfortable with
This.
God, dog. So look, y'all, and I'm not making fun, but the thing is, y'all, is I have actually been around somebody that had a seizure, and it happened twice. It was nothing what this woman is fucking doing, bro. But the shit was bad. It was scary. You know what I'm saying? It was scary. What she's doing, it's like what the fuck, man? That's why this cop, investigator, whatever the fuck, he knows, bro. He's like, man, this girl is full of fucking all kinds of shit. And if you notice, every time she stands up, she starts doing that shit, y'all. But this is her way of saying she's having a seizure. Let's get back to it.
Breathe a little easier.
Thank you.
You need some water?
Please, thank you.
Try to relax.
Yeah, just have a seat. Have a seat. Just pain? What? Huh? Talk to me.
You don't have
Oh, seizure.
Have a seat. Have a seat. I don't want you to fall. Have a seat. Have a seat. We don't want you to fall, bro. Can we help you? What you want us to do? What you need? We're gonna get you some water. Have a seat. Have a seat. We don't want you to fall. Yes, okay. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
So the thing that's wild, right, y'all? Again, she's claiming this seizure shit. Your breathing is not gonna be like that. You're not gonna be coughing like that. You actually gotta watch the person because they can actually bite their tongue and stuff, y'all. It's really not a good sight when somebody is going through a seizure. You know what I'm saying? For real. What this lady is doing, y'all, is just fucking crazy, y'all. The way the hand movements, the pausing, this coughing, this breathing, it's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. These detectives, investigators, whatever, they fucking see it all, y'all. But let's continue, man. I'm gonna try not to stop this shit, but it is just crazy to me, y'all. I know it's crazy to y'all.
We got to pull her up. You want me to do it for you? I know your hand. Here you go. Sit down. 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 I don't want you to fall. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. You good. I just want you to fall. Sit down.
Okisha missed her true calling, breakdancing at the Olympics. Perhaps it's needless to say, people can't talk during seizures, let alone carry on conversations as Okisha has done. Yet despite not having been accused of anything, she continues her crusade to mount an insanity defense. After all, how else is she going to get away with a murder where her fingerprints are on the victim?
What medication? You take medication? What did you take? What's the name of it?
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Illegal.
It's illegal.
You say Oxycontin?
Is it oxycodone?
Yeah, oxycodone not illegal. We don't have that. You gotta get it from a
Hey, gotta go. Yeah, I already did that. They will go ahead and I've already tried it. They do it in the West, they don't do it in the South.
What's your name? What's your name? Yeah, let's start this way. I'm Cal. What's your name?
My name is Ray Ray. Okisha Ray Ray.
Say it one more time.
When is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase.
Man, it's faster, bro.
Okisha Rage.
Okay, Miss Rage?
Yes, sir. Rage, yes, like on the rage.
Okay.
Like rage, like OMG.
Okisha?
Rage. OMR.
What's your date of birth?
1, 2, 3. 88. 6, 8, right. Okisha Rage. January 23rd, 1988.
Oh.
Sister comes right after me. January 24th, 1988. Yes. I'm sorry that you let you. I have bladder cancer. I don't know how many times. These people robbed our house. This chick, there's just so much. God, we don't battle everything. God, we just want to do it. When?
Miss Raines, do you know where you are?
No, I was supposed to be going to my doctor's appointment, and there was supposed to be the day the chick robbed our house. I was supposed to have what you say? I was supposed to have past surgery, court. For a misdemeanor driving ticket from the police officers that tried to go ahead and lock me up from the end of the corner. And we were supposed to go there today, so we could go ahead and redo that one. It's so much fun. I have surgery today. Epilepsy, degenerative arthritis, multiple sclerosis. We are trying, man. It's just, calm, please.
Miss Raines, how old are you?
No, 20. No, I'm sorry. 34.
She did say 34 there, not 4. According to everyone who knew Okisha at the time of the murder, she had no known medical issues, no history of seizures, schizophrenia, fainting, blacking out, or anything that would cause this behavior. She did, however, have a long history of controlling and codependent behavior towards Mimi, according to those who roomed with the two. Okisha was possessive of Mimi, so much so that she would guilt her into only spending time with her and reprimand her for trying.
Okay, y'all. Am I tripping? Are they saying this person is the one that's being interrogated right now? Because this woman right here does not look like the woman doing the thriller. Let's get back to it.
And to spend time with her own family. Those who knew the two described Okisha as having a stranglehold on Mimi's life.
What medication? You say medication? What did you say? What's the name of it? Take your time.
Illegal.
It's illegal.
You say Oxycontin?
Is it oxycodone?
Yeah, oxycodone not illegal.
You guys have
we don't have that. You gotta get it from a
Hey, gotta go. Yeah, I already said that. They will go ahead and I already tried. They do it in the West, they don't do it in the South.
What's your name? What's your name? Yeah, just start this way. I'm Cal. What's your name?
My name is Murray Ray. Okisha Murray Ray.
Say it one more time.
Okisha Murray Rage.
Okay, Miss Rage?
Yes, sir. Rage, yes, like home on the rage.
Okay.
Like rage, like OMG.
Okisha?
Murray.
So look, y'all. Right now I'm gathering she's taking this lady's identity. But did this motherfucker just do a song and dance right now, range like I'm on the range, y'all? So you went from this seizure act to this coughing shit. I don't know what that's about. Ain't nobody smoking no good tree up in there. You ain't taking no dab like me. Like I don't know where that's coming from, y'all. But from all of that, you ask you your name, you say Okisha Marie Range. He says, what, Okisha Marie, huh? She says range, like on the range. This shit is crazy, y'all. And look, I ain't seen none of this, y'all, but let's get back to it.
Range. O-M-R.
What's your date of birth?
123. 88. 68, right? Keisha. Right range. January 23rd, 1980.
Okay, I'll do that vibrant. She said fast forward. Let's get to it, man. She's a mess, man. Hold on. I gotta see what's going on right here, please, though.
We really needed that power.
That would have broken it.
Let's see if I can help.
Yeah.
It's Memo.
23.
Just type Memo. M-E-M-O.
Okay.
88.
M-E-M-O. 88.
Hey, shaker. Sorry, that's just our
Keisha's story, if you didn't quite get it, is that she and Mimi, her beloved friend, were just joking around. She playfully kicked Mimi, and Mimi fell down. Which doesn't exactly explain how Mimi ended up the way that she did. Trying to wade through Keisha's wall of...
Look, y'all. Why aren't they telling us if she's using this lady's name or not? That lady is not this woman that's in this fucking interrogation room. Now this shit is kind of getting to me, man. That's not the same motherfucker, y'all.
Well, BS. The detective tries to go step by step with her to clarify things.
So just so I kind of have a timeline straight. So you say that you kicked her off the bed when she was playing last night. Do you know about what time it was?
Around, I checked on the phone before I got here, 2:18.
2:18
Yeah.
a.m. this morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she had been drinking all day.
After that, you went to what's called the guest room.
Yeah, to go to sleep. Yeah,
So you went to the guest room, and then after you went to the guest room,
she grabbed for my leg.
That was last night.
Yes, you played too
and
much.
then you called 911. She told you to hang up. She's good.
Yes, because.
And you went to sleep in the guest room.
Yes.
And then when you came back this morning, how was she this morning when you came? When you woke up, you came from the guest room to the bedroom that you all shared. What was her status at that point?
At that point, she had been blinking. So I said, okay, so how are you? She said, I'm good. Just go ahead and get dressed. So I was like, did we get dressed for it? Which appointment at this point? Because I'm over everything.
Right.
And she goes, stop saying that.
Okay, Vibrant. I just seen what you put in the chat. Are you talking to Mel? Oh, you're talking to Mel. What's up, Mel? I thought you were saying that's what the lady's name was. I thought like maybe you found out if that was this lady's name. Shout out to Mel, though. Y'all, this ain't that fucking lady, though, y'all. I'm going to just say that again. So they need to get to this shit.
Let them know it's facts, because I'm just tired of being here. Just let me happy. So help me live my life.
Right.
She goes, well, I'm fine. And then I said, okay, well, go ahead and just get dressed. Look up. And everything happened. By the time I finished getting dressed to go ahead and get ready for our doctor's appointment, she had spoken up. So I talked and I told her what I did. She chopped me off about hitting her earlier. What do I do? And he's like, you're just gonna go ahead and have to call the police.
Right. So you all have the same mother and same father?
No, we have different moms. Her mom is three. My mom's name is Sheila.
Okay, so hold on. I'm a little confused. So you say you're twins?
Yes.
But you have different mothers?
Yes.
How is that possible?
What do you mean?
How could you be, if you're twins, it means you were carried by the same mother?
No, she's just.
So when you say twins, you're not really twins, you're just really close.
Yeah.
And you just happen to have similar birthdays. You were born on the 23rd, so you're not really biologically related. No, it's not your biological sister.
No, but you can't tell her that.
Okay. So, all right, so where do we leave off? So once again, just to kind of go through it again. So last night, she was chasing you around the house and y'all ran into your shared bedroom. You kind of jumped on the bed and you kicked her. Where do you remember what part of her body you kicked her in?
Probably in this area.
Like in her abdomen?
Yeah.
Or her chest?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The chest area.
And then when you kicked her, look, be careful.
That's how it happened. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, step on the other side of the table.
Sorry.
That way you're not.
Sorry.
Okay. So when she fell back, where did she fall?
Into the wall.
Into the wall? Mm-hmm. What part of her body hit the wall? Do you know?
Stop managing paperwork and start changing lives. Meet Casebook, the purpose-built platform for human services.
Her back? Mm-hmm. Now, while I was in the apartment, I saw that there was a hole in the wall.
In the wall closet.
Yeah.
They stayed from last time.
Now, there was a previous report between the two of you. I guess you were kind of upset and talking about maybe harm.
Yeah.
Right. And
I was ready to go. I'm sorry. I've been battling cancer since I've been.
And
Give birth.
During that.
I'll be on my baba.
So during that incident, she called the police trying to get you some help. And at that point, you all kind of tussled a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
What happened during that?
You play too much. You got your.
I know. I'm not talking about last night. I'm talking about previously.
I have to go ahead and reverse back to go ahead and move forward.
What actually happened in that apartment, we may never know. However, police have offered their opinions, as have friends and family members of Mimi. For the entirety of Mimi and Okisha's friendship, Okisha allegedly didn't work. She mooched off of Mimi, eating her food, staying in her home without paying rent, and leaning on her for all of her daily needs.
Okay, I gotta pause it again, y'all. Because I'm really looking at this woman in that interrogation room. And this is supposed to be her. Look at these cheekbones, these lines. I don't see it. Just stay with me, y'all. Look at her teeth right here that we can see so far. They kind of look like good teeth. This lady, she's missing teeth, and they're kind of crooked in the interrogation room, y'all. They gotta fucking tell me that this lady is lying and that she's using this woman's identity. And we don't really have too much longer in this shit, man. So I don't know, man. They better get to it, though. This shit is kind of like irking me a little bit, y'all, because that ain't the same fucking woman, y'all. Remember this face. Okay? Remember the nose, the lips. Really concentrate on these cheekbones and these lines right here, right? Because even with her talking, you would see it. And plus, she's a much lighter woman, but that can be, you know, the lighting in there, the video or whatever. Because this woman looks light too, so I don't know. But let's get to it. This does not look like that woman, y'all. But just remember this face. Okay, let's get back to the interrogation.
But it seemed that Mimi was ready to push past that and begin her life in earnest on her own terms, without a leech dragging her down. Police suggest that when Okisha learned Mimi wanted her to start pulling her weight, she did the last thing she could think of in order to maintain control over her. She killed her.
Wait, what?
You don't remember?
No.
Does that look like the same? Okay, so the cheeks. Okay, I do see this. I do kind of see the lines. Remember I said look for the lines, but these lines are going this way. The lines in that other lady were more going this way. And I'm kind of maybe seeing it here. But the eyes and everything, it's not adding up, y'all. If I'm missing something, y'all, please let me know. But I don't think that's the same woman, y'all. I don't.
I can just tell you how it goes.
Well,
Look at the teeth.
I'm telling you, there's a report of yo having a previous incident. Besides that previous incident,
She told me to hang up.
No, I'm not talking about last night. I'm talking about previously.
Okay, and look at the hair. Okay, in the other picture, the way that lady was looking in that other picture, her upkeep seemed different. She had lashes on in that other picture. We're seeing this woman with lashes on here. Different type of lashes look on the face of what that other picture showed, y'all. The way this lady's hair is right here is way completely different than the lady we just seen with it being, pressed out, flowing. You know what I'm saying? And that other picture don't look like it was a glam shot. It just looked like it was just a woman out and about, maybe in her car, snapped a picture, whatnot. Women be like, oh, today I whoop or got a coffee type shit, whatever, snapped a pic. But we looking at this lady, and I'm just looking at her, y'all, and I'm just saying, I don't know what I'm missing. Yes, I done took a couple of dabs, but I'm not that motherfucking out of touch and out of tune, y'all. That does not look like the same woman. Let's get back to it, man.
Previous to that time, have there been any other altercations between the two of y'all? Since you're kind of tight like sisters, y'all fight like sisters?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I went to the other room. It was just
last night.
Yeah, I did last night.
And you remember how long you slept about?
Sissy says, say 7:15.
About 7:15. So around 3 to about 7:15. And when you came in the room, where was she at? Was she on the bed? Was she on the floor?
She was on the floor.
Did it look like she ever gotten in the bed?
Let's do this.
Hey, that's dude from Karate Kid. Great movie.
No. And that's what threw me off about her.
And so when you came in the room, was she conscious? Did she respond at all?
In the morning, Sissy said yes. And it's my fault that I told her to go ahead and hang up the phone. Knowing you do what you usually do. Go ahead and avoid me. So I come back to, she says, good gracious, Sissy.
Whatever you do. So what's going on? Are you not feeling well?
God. Heavy.
Okay. Do you have a history of seizures? Yeah.
Yes. We had seen you guys earlier that day from coming from.
So I gotta pause it real quick, y'all, because we didn't sing this act, right? We didn't sing this song and dance. This woman is saying seizure. The cop, detective, investigator, whatever, he's playing into it because what this lady is really faking as if she had like Tourette's or some shit, y'all. Like she's got them all twisted and fucked up. You know what I mean? It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. But what's crazy is the look. So Vibrant put in the chat that this woman was arrested. They're using that name. So I'm taking it's the fucking woman, right? I'm taking it's the fucking woman. But if it is, I don't know if this girl ended up having a hard life after that picture, if something took place. But that woman that I just seen in that picture that they showed y'all does not look like the woman today that we see in front of us. It doesn't. She's got a fucking Fonz jacket on. I'm not even gonna roast this bitch. Let's go.
My doctor's appointment like 2 months ago.
Do you take medicine?
Yes.
What is it called? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Was it like Keppra or you don't take it?
No, because I don't like it. I just want to stay all natural and healthy.
I got you. Okay.
Now, have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
She says keep asking me questions. Yes.
So you're bipolar and schizophrenia?
She says go ahead and keep asking more questions until the police come.
And when you say sissy, you're talking about?
My twin sister, Shamira Jaleesa Fletcher. She said, write the time down. She said, if you have your phone, you go ahead and look at it. Go ahead and snap a screenshot.
It's right here.
Of us.
It's 432.
Okay. I'm coming for you. I got you, Sissy. I love you.
The past 30 minutes of interrogation have prepared Okisha for her magnum opus, pretending to have schizophrenia. Because if a detective suggests you might have it, it must be a good idea to pretend to, right?
What happened to your finger? Do you know? Do you remember what happened to your finger?
Sissy says, no, I don't know. She said, just go ahead. Try to let go from here after time.
Sit back, please.
Okay.
Bro, what kind of interrogation room do they got her in? Look at this shit. Where's the plate? Is that an outlet? Look at this shit. What the fuck, man? This shit crazy. And why do they have her standing up and everything? I've never seen an interrogation room with just so much freedom, y'all. She's standing up, falling over shit, putting on fucking, acts and shit. You feel me? Shakespeare plays and shit. Like, it's just crazy, y'all. But we almost done with this, y'all. Let me move this along a little bit.
I can't afford therapy. You can afford that matcha smoothie. Therapy is for rich people. No, it's like.
Right. So you haven't had your medication, right? You haven't.
Look at this shit, y'all. This woman is laid out on the fucking floor. And the detective comes in there and he's having a conversation with her like that. There's only so much out of this I can take, y'all. I'm gonna see what the ending of this shit is.
Had your medication, right?
You haven't had your medication?
How about what?
You haven't had your medication lately?
When was the last time you took your medicine?
What do you mean?
The medication for your epilepsy, schizophrenia. When was the last time you took your medication?
Well.
Exactly. You're a liar.
Can you please come down to us so we don't have to come up to you?
Hello.
Now, following this, police actually didn't have the evidence needed to put Okisha under arrest. The following day, however, they had the warrant they needed to place her in cuffs for good. And she took that about as well as you would expect.
Okisha Range, can you please come down to us so we don't have to come up to you? It's much more dangerous if we come inside your apartment. All right.
Come on up. I'll grab the robot. Y'all go.
Good point, Los. Okay. Hey, Miss Range, we're inside your apartment. Can I talk to you? Miss Range, we're inside your apartment with an arrest warrant signed by a magistrate judge. All right, we have a right to be here. Hey, can I see your hands first, please? Thank you. You can come on down. You were scaring us for a minute. Yeah, come on down. How you doing? Okay. We have an arrest warrant, okay? We're just going to take you to talk to somebody. Come here. It's fine. Just stay as calm as we are, and everything's going to be cool.
Come on, hold here real quick.
Come here.
You good for this one? Put your hands up there, you got it. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Strangely enough, Okisha was much more put together when she was brought to the interrogation room for processing this time. Maybe the footy pajamas brought her strength.
Well, not immediately. And let's get you straight, okay?
Sit down, it'll be easier for me.
So I guess no more seizures or anything like that, huh? Oh, that's over with. Like that was like the beginning of the show and the ending, huh? Let's see where this go, y'all. Looks like we're towards the end.
All right, come on.
And we got
you got any items or anything?
Yes.
They did indeed catch her sister's killer. Ultimately, Okisha was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for the murder of Mimi Fletcher. At trial, Mimi's family spoke at length about the strength, compassion, and benevolence that Mimi constantly showed everyone around her, including Okisha. In turn,
Wow, Dr. Soapy. So Dr. Soapy says that this lady here, which is the one that was in the interrogation, did surgery to look like the woman that she unalived. That is fucking wild. If this isn't Lifetime movie material, I won't be surprised if they pick this up and make a fucking movie out of it. Because when they show this woman here and everything, anybody watching this is going to say, that is not the woman that we see in that interrogation. Period.
Okisha took and took until she couldn't take any more. Our thoughts are with Mimi's family, friends, and loved ones. Thank you for tuning in.
Unbelievable, y'all. Well, I agree, Dr. Soapy. She's definitely a nut. Macadamian, peanut, almond nut, fucking cashew. All of them. She's all of them. It's crazy shit. Where we at? Oh, shit. Yeah, 57 minutes already. Well, yeah, I was just going to do a little quick part 2, man, of things that are, illegal now. You know what I'm saying? So it once was cool. Everything was fine like wine. You know what I'm saying? You could smoke your cigarettes. You could fucking, jump in the back of the pickup truck. You can go to the bowling alley, the arcade, golf lands, whatever. There'd be a cigarette machine. All of that. You had action. I could remember, y'all. Now, I did miss it by a year, but I can remember in high school, they used to let the kids smoke because you would have seniors, right? Some of them would probably be 18. And they would actually be able to smoke on campus at lunchtime in the little sections. Trip on that. Having a smoke at high school, y'all. And not getting sweaty. I remember that shit. It's all real. That's real shit, man. They took that out. They said, nah, we ain't doing that no more. We ain't doing that no more. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Where you at? Where you at? Okay, there you go. Let's go.
Keeping you safe. Public pools in the 1980s often operated under a simple rule: swim at your own risk. Children dove, raced, and roughhoused in the water without a lifeguard in sight. Signs warned swimmers, but no one seemed to care. Parents dropped their kids off at the pool for the afternoon, trusting them to manage on their own. Cannonballs splashed into the deep end. Games of chicken toppled kids into the water, and accidents were common. Yet, it was all considered part of summer. The smell of chlorine clung to everything, from swimsuits to towels, while kids played for hours under the hot sun. Older kids sometimes acted as unofficial lifeguards, shouting advice but joining the roughhousing themselves. Pool toys, rings, rafts, and plastic noodles added more chaos as fights and games blurred together. Snack bars sold sodas and candy, fueling even wilder play. Parents often returned hours later to find their children exhausted but still unwilling to leave. When accidents did happen, older kids or nearby adults jumped in to help. Communities trusted themselves rather than trained staff to watch over swimmers. For children, the absence of authority felt like freedom. Today, liability laws make unsupervised pools almost unheard of. Looking back, it is startling how casually kids once swam in water that could be deadly. Do you remember plunging into a pool knowing no lifeguard was watching? In the 1980s, school chemistry labs were stocked with chemicals and equipment that would never be allowed today. Open flames, toxic powders, and glass containers sat on counters, often handled by unsupervised teenagers. Experiments included real acids, volatile reactions, and the occasional intentional explosion when students pushed the limits. Teachers encouraged curiosity.
That is true. I missed a little bit of that when it comes to more of the harder chemical type things that they were using, but I do remember mixing certain things. I do remember cutting up like frogs and shit like that. Like all kind of things, man. Science was a motherfucker, y'all. But I remember my sister, I have an older sister, she used to go through this type of shit, y'all. Like, and it was really wild when you think about it now because it was normal. It was normal. That's what was going on in there. Like these science, like these little science labs or whatever back in the days, they were really lightweight set up, y'all. Because just how, you know what I'm saying, these motherfuckers was experimenting in the real world. They was letting us experiment. Shit, it was crazy. Let's get to it.
But sometimes left the room, trusting students not to get carried away. Predictably, they did. Kids melted rulers with Bunsen burners, set paper towels alight just to see what would happen, and mixed random powders in search of a reaction. Some smuggled small jars of chemicals home, convinced they could continue experiments in their garages. The smell of sulfur or ammonia often lingered long after class ended. Safety drills were rare, and fire alarms sometimes went off because of student pranks. Despite the chaos, many kids considered chemistry class the most exciting part of school. Chemical burns, smoke, and even small fires were not unusual. Safety goggles were optional, and protective gear was minimal. Science felt exciting precisely because it was risky. Today, schools use watered-down kits with strict oversight, a far cry from the chemistry chaos of the past. Looking back, it is remarkable how much danger was tolerated in the name of education. Do you remember striking a match in class and wondering if the whole lab would go up in smoke? In the 1980s, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were everywhere in school cafeterias. They were cheap, easy, and filling, making them a staple lunch option for millions of kids. Allergy warnings were virtually non-existent. Peanut butter was served daily, spread across sandwiches, crackers, and even desserts. Kids traded peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, swapped halves, and dug into jars during class parties. The smell of peanut butter filled cafeterias, mixed with the sugary scent of grape jelly. Peanut butter cookies often appeared at bake sales, and no one thought to warn kids about potential risks. Teachers sometimes used peanut butter sandwiches as emergency lunches for students who forgot theirs. Peanut butter crackers were stacked in vending machines, and peanut butter cups found their way into...
That's true. I do remember that, y'all. Like, they always had like a lunch program or whatever, but I remember though, like if a kid did like forget their lunch or whatnot, that they would have like those little lunches, man, and it would be like a peanut butter and jelly or something, y'all. I completely forgot about that. And then peanut butter was everywhere, y'all, because I used to love the fucking celery and peanut butter. That peanut butter was always cold and shit because that shit was refrigerated. And the celery, like, they put me onto that shit. But them saying how, like, with the allergies and shit like that, and how so many people can't really just fuck with peanut butter, and how it was just really normal back then, y'all. Damn, I didn't trip on that. Let's get back to it.
Nearly every Halloween haul. For children without allergies, it was comfort food that never seemed to get old. The assumption was simple. Everyone loved peanut butter. Teachers and parents encouraged it as a source of protein, never considering that for some children, it could be deadly. Severe allergies were rarely recognized, let alone accommodated. Today, schools ban peanuts entirely, with strict guidelines to protect students. Looking back, it is almost frightening how casually peanut butter was treated. Do you remember opening your lunchbox and finding yet another peanut butter sandwich waiting inside? In the 1980s, soda machines were as common in school hallways as lockers. Kids had easy access to Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Mountain Dew between classes, dropping coins into glowing machines that promised a sugary pick-me-up. Teachers and principals turned a blind eye, sometimes even buying their own cans during the day. It was not just about refreshment, it was...
Holy smokes. I didn't even trip. So out here, y'all, when I started junior high school, which was 6th grade, okay, that was the beginning of having periods, right? First period, say all the way to 6th period, right? They did have soda machines because a boy taught me a little trick. I used to put the tape on the end of the dollar. I put the dollar in the machine, and then I pull the dollar out with the tape. I get my money back and probably about 35 cents and a free soda. But what I'm getting at is they did have soda machines, y'all, right there. And I remember during, I think it was like maybe 2-3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, when the bell would ring for you to go to your next class, people would hit them soda machines and get to drinking that shit, bro, and just hammer that shit. Hammer time. And it was over. Didn't even trip on that, y'all. They're actually at a line for that. They're at a line. I don't know if they still have that, but them bringing that up, I guess they don't really do that too much. I know high school, I know they have to because it is high school, but I do know junior high, they did that. Let's get back to it.
Part of the culture. Students lined up at lunch to grab an ice-cold can, sipping caffeine before math class, or slamming down sugar before gym. Nobody considered the long-term health effects of guzzling soda at school. In fact, schools often profited from the machines, taking a cut of every sale to fund activities. Children as young as 7 walked away with sodas bigger than their hands, sipping them casually in the cafeteria.
And that's exactly what it was, y'all. the schools was capitalizing off the fucking kids, man. Right? Usually at home, they don't want you just fucking drinking soda and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Unless your parents is loose and then they didn't trip. But usually they ain't letting you just drink soda like that. And they may give you money for lunch or whatever to buy certain things, you know. But these motherfuckers put in these soda machines, bro, knowing these kids is going to go for that soda, man. And caffeine is addictive. So now they're getting these kids addicted to caffeine at an early fucking age.
The sight of a classroom buzzing with kids fueled by caffeine and sugar was routine. Parents rarely complained because soda was simply a part of daily life. Today, soda machines have been banned from most schools, replaced with water or juice options. Looking back, it is wild to think of kids chugging Mountain Dew at 10 a.m. before spelling tests. Do you remember the thrill of hearing the clunk of a can dropping into the slot, knowing that bubbly sugar was all yours? In the 1980s, setting up a lemonade stand or bake table required nothing more than a folding card table and a few Dixie cups. Children filled pitchers with sugar-heavy lemonade, sliced brownies onto paper plates, and sold them to neighbors without a second thought. No permits, no health codes, no regulations, just community spirit. It was a rite of passage for kids. Selling lemonade on the corner or homemade cookies in front of a school gave children their first taste of entrepreneurship. Parents encouraged it, handing kids a few dollars for ingredients and sending them outside to earn a little money. Strangers stopped without hesitation, dropping coins into jars and chatting with the young sellers. The ingredients were never inspected, and sanitation was not even considered. A dirty pitcher or sticky countertop did not scare anyone. It was understood that kids were just having fun, and neighbors trusted them. Today, laws in many areas make it illegal to sell food or drink without permits, even for kids. What was once an innocent neighborhood tradition is now restricted. Looking back, it feels strange that something so wholesome could now be considered a violation. Do you remember the pride of counting your change after a day at your lemonade stand? School bake sales in the 1980s were a free-for-all of homemade treats. Parents and children brought in cookies, brownies, fudge, and cupcakes, piled onto paper plates and wrapped in plastic wrap. Nobody labeled ingredients, and nobody asked about allergies. Kids bought desserts with their lunch money, trading gooey brownies for cupcakes or hoarding a dozen cookies for the bus ride home. Teachers encouraged students to buy as much as possible, since the money often went to fund field trips or sports teams. It was a sugar-fueled event everyone looked forward to. The mystery was part of the charm. Nobody cared if the chocolate chips were off-brand or if the cupcakes were frosted with margarine instead of butter. And food allergies? They were rarely acknowledged. Peanut butter squares and nut-filled brownies sat right next to everything else, with no warnings. Today, strict labeling laws and allergy awareness have all but ended that kind of bake sale. What was once a joyful community event now requires lists of ingredients, store-bought packaging, and safety inspections in many places. Looking back, it is almost unthinkable how casually we ate food made by strangers without asking questions. Do you remember biting into a brownie at a school sale, not knowing what was inside, and not caring? Toy stores in the 1980s were packed with tiny parts and choking
Yo, that's so true. That's so true. I remember them bake sales. My mom used to fucking get down and I used to come through and bring the shit. Bro, nobody knew who was fucking preparing that shit or what was going on in there. Really trip on that, yo. That's crazy that we was doing that shit. Ain't no fucking way, bro. That like, because you remember back in the days with the Halloween candy, motherfuckers had to expect it because people was doing some dog ass shit back then, yo. But we wasn't tripping on the fucking bake sales, though. And the teachers did encourage it. Son of a bitch.
hazards that today would never make it past regulators. Marbles, jacks, miniature cars, and even toys with removable magnets were sold freely, often targeted directly at children under 5. No warning labels, no age restrictions, just bright packaging and a buyer beware attitude. Parents knew the risks, but bought them anyway. It was common for toddlers to play with toys that contained dozens of tiny pieces, scattering them across living room floors. If a child accidentally swallowed one, it was treated as a household accident, not the manufacturer's fault. Toy safety standards existed but were far looser than they are today. Small action figures, puzzle pieces, and building sets often included parts that posed obvious risks. Yet, toy aisles overflowed with them, and parents rarely thought twice. Now, strict labeling and age restrictions dominate the toy market, with regulators cracking down on anything deemed dangerous. Looking back, it is sobering to realize how freely dangerous items were marketed to the youngest kids. Do you remember opening a toy filled with tiny parts and immediately losing half of them under the couch? Walk into a candy shop or grocery store in the 1980s, and you might stumble across liquor-filled chocolates. Wrapped like ordinary candy, these small sweets contained a shot of rum, brandy, or liqueur inside.
They were nasty to me, but I remember that shit. How did I run across that shit? Maybe it was at a relatives or something. I don't know how the fuck. I remember that though, y'all. Let's get back to it.
They were sold openly, with no restrictions on who could buy them. Kids often ended up with them.
Well, then there it is there. Because I remember having it. I didn't buy it, but like somebody or something, and I remember eating it, and I didn't like it. I thought it was nasty. But I do remember it had alcohol in it, y'all. So it was sold freely on the market. That wasn't no candy I was into, so I wouldn't even know. But that's crazy. Let's get back to it.
Either as gifts from relatives or as part of holiday candy boxes. Parents laughed when children's faces twisted at the bitter taste, chalking it up to part of growing up. The idea that alcohol-filled candy could be freely sold to minors was not considered outrageous. These treats were often displayed next to regular chocolates, making it easy for anyone to pick them up. While they were rarely strong enough to intoxicate, the principle of children eating candy with liquor inside was striking. Yet at the time, nobody thought it was unusual. Today, alcohol-infused chocolates are sold with restrictions and often marketed only to adults. Looking back, it feels bizarre that liquor-laced candy was once treated as just another sweet. Do you remember biting into what looked like chocolate, only to be hit with the sharp taste of rum? Hair dryers in the 1960s looked like they came straight from a beauty salon, but without any of the safety checks. These early models had bulky hoods or handheld nozzles, often with thick cords that frayed faster than a worn shoelace. You'd plug them into the wall, perch near the bathroom sink, and hope for the best. No ground wires, no insulation. Just you, your wet hair, and a live current a sneeze away from disaster. The metal casing got hot. The motors sparked occasionally. And heaven help you if your fingers were damp. Water plus faulty wiring? That hairdo could turn into a fireworks show. Yet people trusted them because that sleek salon look felt worth the risk. Back then, it was just another day in the name of glamour. But if electricity was playing with fire, what we put directly on wounds wasn't much better, especially when it came in a bright red bottle with a mercury surprise. Home hair dryers in the 1960s looked like they came straight from a beauty salon, but without any of the safety checks. These early models had bulky hoods or handheld nozzles, often with thick cords that frayed faster than a worn shoelace. You'd plug them into the wall, perch near the bathroom sink, and hope for the best. No ground wires, no insulation. Just you, your wet hair, and a live current a sneeze away from disaster. The metal casing got hot. The motors sparked occasionally. And heaven help you if your fingers were damp.
We saw that.
It sounded addictive. It was also a hazard waiting to happen. The plastic versions could chip. The glass ones could shatter. And if you missed your rhythm, one ball went rogue, swinging at eyebrow height with all the grace of a wrecking ball. Kids practiced for hours, trying to get the timing right, turning every playground into a percussion concert of risk. Parents shrugged. Teachers banned them. Hospitals stocked up on ice packs and gauze.
Hey, yo, I remember that. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if they were on the stream or on something else, but they were like two red balls that almost had like the material of a match. And when you would let them hit each other, like they would spark. Fuck, that's crazy.
But still, they were cool. Until one clack too many ended in sharp pieces flying through the air. Eventually, safety commissions pulled them off shelves. But back then, one broken pair just meant you were in the market for another. And if that seemed dangerous, wait till you hear about people putting flammable foam containers directly onto gas stoves like it was just another Tuesday. Let us talk about the rumpus room. If the living room was where adults behaved themselves, the rumpus room was where the kids got wild. Usually tucked away in the basement, this was the unofficial playground of every suburban household from the 1950s to the 1970s. Carpeted in wall-to-wall shag, lit by lava lamps, and often filled with beanbag chairs, dartboards, and mismatched furniture, the rumpus room was every child's dream and every parent's secret weapon. You could send the kids down there for hours, let them roughhouse, make noise, and burn off all that energy while the grown-ups enjoyed some blessed peace upstairs. It was not about looking nice, it was about cutting loose. Some had jukeboxes, others had board games stacked to the ceiling, and every now and then, you would find a couch that doubled as a trampoline. It was chaos, but it was controlled chaos. Over time, the idea faded as homes got bigger and open concepts took over. Now, everything is multifunctional. But there was something beautiful about a room that existed just for noise, mess, and memory making. The name says it all.
I kind of missed out on that, y'all. Shit, I was told, take that noise outside. You feel me? Like all that. Yeah, we didn't have the rumpus room, or you know what I'm talking about. We didn't have that shit. But shout out to them kids, and shout out to y'all that had that though. Shit, learn something every day.
Rumpus. No rules, just vibes. But even in the loudest house, you still needed a way to call the kids upstairs. And you will not believe how we used to do that. Leaving kids in the car while you shopped was not only common, it was considered efficient parenting. You would crack the window a little, toss a snack in the back seat, and tell them not to touch the gear shift. That was it. No seat warmers, no climate control, just the burning hot vinyl seats and a juice box to keep them busy. You would run into the grocery store, the post office, maybe even the mall, and come back 20 minutes later like it was nothing. Sometimes the kid was asleep, sometimes reading, sometimes playing with the door locks like it was a game. There were no viral videos or angry phone calls to the authorities. People assumed kids were tougher back then, or maybe they just really trusted that nothing would go wrong. Sure, you would get the occasional warning to not talk to strangers through the car window, but that was the extent of it. It was all part of the era's free-range approach to parenting. And while the kids were stuck in the car, the adults, they were likely sneaking a break of their own, somewhere smoky and very much on school property. Yep, you heard that right. In the 1970s, you could go to the store and buy a science kit that came with actual radioactive samples. Glowing rocks, uranium ore, the whole radioactive shebang. These kits were sold as educational tools, a way to spark curiosity in young minds. And they did, right before they sparked some very serious health concerns. Back then, no one batted an eye. Parents figured if it came in a box with a smiling cartoon scientist on the front, it had to be safe. Kids were in their rooms waving Geiger counters around like they were playing laser tag, all while absorbing trace amounts of nuclear material. It was science. It was cool. It was totally wild. Of course, by the time the risks caught up to the curiosity, these kits had already found their way into thousands of households. That glow-in-the-dark magic? Yeah, turns out it was not so magical after all. But if you thought glowing uranium in your closet was risky, wait until you hear what people kept in their trucks, in full view, completely unlocked, and nobody cared. Sunbathing with baby oil and reflectors was the ultimate summer ritual. You lay out in the backyard, on the roof, or at the beach, armed with nothing but a bottle of Johnson's baby oil and a silver reflector under your chin. The goal? Tan fast, tan deep, and tan dark. The shine from the oil made your skin sizzle, and the reflector bounced rays straight into your face like a heat lamp. Everyone did it. Magazines encouraged it. Tan lines were a badge of honor, peeling skin a minor inconvenience. Sunscreen.
And now that shit is causing cancer, right? Skin cancer and shit or some old shit. But we're going to go ahead. We started it at like the 17-minute mark. And we had 37. So we did about like 20 minutes of it, y'all. So I'm going to end this here. And I might do a part 3 because we are already at, an hour and some change. And my partner done pulled up. So we're going to see what it do, man. What's going on with you, B?
Hey, what's good with you?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, Shout out to you, man. That 1K, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I get to like I gotta get like I gotta get like 50 more, you know what I mean? So then I'll be clear.
You lock it in. You locked in.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Cause you know how I be, like I always tell you, sometimes with the subscriber mode, you know what I mean? You know how I be. Some cats, they be loving the troll and my stuff.
Yeah.
And I've seen they've subscribed just to troll. I've seen the regulars. So I'm like, fine, if you gonna troll, but I just time them out. Like I haven't had to like
my last 2 times at your shit, man. I had to zap motherfuckers, bro. But I kind of treat your shit a little bit different because you kind of on some other, bro. Like you really be kind of putting some shit out there. So I'm not really going for the disrespect to the host, bro, because, I'm treating you like, like them amazing Lucases and shit like that. They ain't going to tolerate you fucking talking to that motherfucker like that, bro. So, what I'm saying?
That is true. They
I'm not
like
going
if you go
for
to
it, bro.
Yeah, no, I respect that and I appreciate it. But at the same time,
I just don't want you to think I'm just acting up or something, bro. But like and that's why I put in your chat too, like we don't censor nobody or none of that shit, bro. But just we ain't tolerating no disrespect to the host, bro. Like y'all ain't gonna have the idea thinking you can just do that shit over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to get it known, like that ain't tolerated, bro.
Hey, I respect that because if you listen to the Black Authority, bro, do not play like his mods, bro. They like shark and actually.
Sharp.
He bruh, like sharks, bro. And he always dropped the link. He was like, either he said you can't troll in the chat. You either got to hit the link or permanent vacation. And he's like, I'm giving you 60 seconds. Or sometimes he said you got 2 minutes to hit the link. And like you said, they don't be playing. So, like I said, I'd be giving cats some leeway, but. Sometimes that trolling be getting obnoxious. I don't know if you've seen, because I was calling out some anti-Black Latino, and I was playing another Mexican dude. He was calling it out. Some dude over. I don't know if you've seen dude. His name. What was dude? Something. Dude came over, was talking about he got big hands and stuff. Like, bro, what are you saying, bro? I'm telling. I'll drop you the link, and you'll say I got big.
Joshua dude, was it?
Nah, that was some Latino dude. But it's like, bruh, how would you take that? You feel me? You over here chopping game and we going back and forth and you like, yeah, bro, and I got big hands. It's like bro, what you trying to say, bro? Like you gonna put like you gonna put hands on me or something, like, bro?
You got big hands to catch your ass falling or something, bro? Like, I mean, what is that?
What we doing, bro? You see what I'm saying? Like, don't come with the threats, bro. Like, we know. So like when it start getting there, it's like, okay, now, you got to get up out of here, bro. Because it's like now it ain't really about what's being said. You feel me? And I ain't no internet nigga like that. So I ain't gonna really go back and forth about what I'm gonna do. You feel me? And if I do, I'm gonna use that creative language so that you can't really pinpoint me on what exactly I said. You feel me?
Man, we don't come from that era of telling on ourselves. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
we
We
don't
don't
come
do
from that
that.
snitch era. And
We
kind of
don't
like I
do
said
that.
in the chat, we grew up in it, bruh. We grew up in the, come on, bruh. We from the land of the scandalous, bro. And I'm not even trying to glorify, but I'm saying what we grew up and what we endured, it was really nothing compared to what our prior ancestors endured. But what people are going through now was nothing compared to what we endured. Nobody knows what it was like to grow up in the crack era. Nobody knows what it's like to, if you wasn't a crack baby, you had a bunch of family members that was crack baby. And even if
Facts.
none of them was crack baby, they still had the, they dealt with the effects. And let's
Period.
just put the crack aside. Gang violence in the 90s, you know what I mean? On top of that, with all of the people being laid off, so you got a drunk uncle or a drunk crazy pops that's mad because he can't get a job nowhere, so and then he getting mass incarcerated. You know what I mean? People don't really know what that era was like, so they still trying to live vicariously through gangster rap records and Boys in the Hood movies. It's like, bro, the Boys in the Hood was a depiction of how niggas was living. You're not living like that. You don't know. And I'm not trying to say that you should be, given some, like put on a pedestal because you lived that. But I'm saying, bro, you're trying to emulate what I lived already. And I'm trying to tell you, bro, that ain't even cool. Won't you soak up game from
Right.
somebody who's lived it? You're trying to cosplay as that nigga. You're not O-Dog. You're not Kane. You're trying to act like O-Dog and Kane for a nigga. I was with niggas like O-Dog and Kane. You know what I mean? I've done shit like O-Dog and Kane. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm just saying, bro, like, when you gotta tell cats the shit is just bigger than what they're portraying and what you're trying to see. You know what I mean? The whole sliding on ops. I gotta have pistols, nigga. I would never show you what I got, bro. All you did, and then especially a lot of niggas was nerds, right? Like, bro, why you didn't try to get some legal firearms when you was a nerd? Now you was carrying some illegal shit, and now you a felon, and then you ain't supposed to have nothing. Then now you still gotta carry something. And then they just gonna give you more and more time enhancement when it's like, bro, you could have just been on some nerd shit, which is not nerd shit, but I'm just speaking from a street's perspective, right? Because niggas be like, bro, you on that nerd shit. It's like, nigga, you're a felon, nigga, and I'm riding around with my legal schmeagle. You feel me?
But you know what, B? Because I know you don't have kids, but I know if you had a son, that you would be on point with him. And if he, was kind of into that type of shit, you would take him to the range. You would teach him how to fuck with it on a legal way, because my son does with his brother. You know what I'm saying?
Responsible.
And the thing is what you just said about us. Sometimes growing up, we was on some other shit, right? We was just out there just acting a donkey. But if we would have been like if somebody would have really ganged us up, like kind of what you speaking, right?
Yeah,
if somebody would have gave
us that structure,
we
right?
didn't get that. We didn't
get that at all, bro. So now it's really up to us to give us that structure, because see, when they talk about firearms, it's always in here, let me show a gun on the gram. Here, let me pull up on the op. Bro, right now you can pull up on YouTube. All you got to do is type in 5-year-old white kid shooting gun, 6-year-old white kid shooting gun, 7-year-old white kid shooting gun. Just type in any of and you're gonna see they're being trained, bro, to take a part of it, but they're not being trained to slide on an op. They had in Texas, bro, they got shooting competitions. It's only kids. Bro, they're more better trained than some grown men.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, you telling your kid, man, don't pick up a firearm because that's the Crips and the Bloods. Like, huh? Niggas, no Crips and Bloods around, bro. Train your kid. Then otherwise, he gonna get enamored by watching some Boys in the Hood shit and gonna be like trying to get a illegal weapon.
He's gonna be holding his gun like O-Dog, bro.
Sideways and shit. And it sounds funny, but it's true. And then
It's definitely true.
if you tell your son, hey, you 15 years old, don't try to go do on no goofy shit. I'll take you to the range as your father. And then when you're 18, you can legally get this. And blah, blah, blah. Just do the rundown. And then
Absolutely.
you got to give them assignment. You know what, son? I'll actually get you your first legal firearm. Emphasize that. So then you got to deter them away from the other goofy shit. You got to tell them how, bruh, this is why I always say this is not to even make fun of cats. I'm just trying to say, bro, all the niggas that like to say pause and all this other shit, right? All the niggas that say they love women and love fucking bad bitches, bro, then jail ain't for you, nigga. Right? Niggas be saying pause for anything, bro. You gonna get the ultimate pause. They gonna tell you to pull down your pants, right? You don't like niggas, right?
Spread your cheeks.
Spread your cheeks, bend over, cough. You gonna be around a bunch of niggas with their dicks hanging out. Pause,
Absolutely.
pause. No, it ain't gonna be no pause.
About seven of y'all line the fuck up, and then they're gonna have you walk down the motherfucking little hallway to get your clothes and shit, and you're gonna be wearing somebody else's drawers. Pause, right?
Pause.
Shit.
Bruh, a nigga in there might beat you up for saying pause while you naked. So I'm just saying, bro,
That's a fact.
if you just clip that right there, that should be enough for any YNs to be like, pause, nigga, I ain't trying to go to jail. Good. Cause that's what I wanted. Nigga, hit the books, go to school, get a trade. You can still get you can still get the bitches, bro. You can still rap about whatever you want to rap about. Get your money, bro. Cause don't tell me you love bitches and you want to be in that scenario. There's not gonna be any bitches around, nigga.
None.
So it's like, don't tell me you love money. You're not getting any money in there. You gotta beg somebody to put some money on your books, but that ain't really money. And then you trying to floss as if, nigga, you got some honey buns and some rum. Look at this spread I made, nigga. That's not flossing, bro.
It's not.
So yeah, we gotta provide the structure, you know, that we didn't get, bro. So I always salute that, you know, you always active in your son's life, you know what I mean? You don't live up to that stereotype of deadbeat, you feel me? Shout out to John, you feel me, and all of my other brothers out there that goes against the narrative. And even though I don't got kids, bro, I still actually like do a lot to mentor and, you know, aid in raising other people's kids. But I don't do it just to be like, oh, Lord, I did this, but I be coaching, mentoring, giving game, bro. I've given kids, bro, backpack, clothes, shoes, all sorts of shit, bro. Like just on the strength, bro. I could be like, F them kids. I don't got no kids. Them ain't my kid. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, they ain't, you know what I mean? But at the same time, if I'm saying I care about the community, the future of this country, the youth is going to be the future of this country.
Yep.
So do I want a youth that's hella reckless with an illegal firearm, or a youth that's trained in using a legal firearm and they'll only use it in a situation where their back is against the wall?
Absolutely.
I mean, which one is better? Both of them, they gonna be attached. You're gonna be attracted to a firearm, right? You're going to be attracted to women. So should I help mentor the youth that like, hey, look, son, if you ain't serious with this chick, strap up, you know, make sure, you know, you're not playing, you know, if you want to be a player or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, just be upfront with these chicks and stuff like that. I mean, I ain't going to teach, bro, how to lie, because now you don't even have to lie. You know what I mean? Yep. Like, this ain't no Bill Bellamy How to Be a Player time, which I love that movie. That's a classic, right? But you don't even got to do all that, bro. You just got to be upfront. And by you being upfront, most niggas is lying. So you already getting a win from that.
It's all facts, bro. It's all facts.
But the thing too, bro, like the grand point that I was making was this era we grew up in. I think it made us more solidified, bro. It like all of that stuff that we grew up, like, we got to talk about it, bro. It was extremely toxic, bro. You just shown the video, bro. Like, that stuff was actually literally toxic, right? But in some ways, I'm not going to say it's better. I'm just saying, like, it made like a more solidified human being, bro. Like a person that's a little bit more hard. Like, because now, like, if you think about all the stuff people get triggered over, like, have you ever heard if somebody say, let me explain something to you in layman's terms? Have you ever heard somebody say that?
Yeah.
Now you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say lay person, because saying laymen is discriminating against women. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm painting a picture as to the era like we grew up in with the language and all the stuff. Look at all the jokes and stuff we used to watch with the In Living Color, the Married with Children, all this other type of stuff. But these types of jokes are you can't say them anymore. But why not though? The Richard Pryor, the Eddie Murphy Raw, somehow we can't say it anymore. But says who? All
Well,
people gonna get offended.
the thing is, though, B, right? I'm glad you just said that, right?
Speak on
So
it.
there's those type of things that have happened, right, in the past. Certain words, phrases, jokes, whatever. Oh yeah, y'all can't say that. You like, man, why, bro? What's the fucking problem? But you look at today, and man, these motherfuckers is out here calling motherfuckers niggers. They're, you know, everything under the sun, even, you know, even the other race is just disrespectful. And oh, well, that's freedom of speech. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, you going there with it?
I mean, you made me, bro, because what you just said like
Hey,
triggered me, bro.
no,
Because
you
I'm
cooked
like,
with that one.
fuck, bro. Because you were right. You hit that. It's like, why can't we? Like, what the fuck is the difference? What's going on? But yet you guys let all this other shit. You got a motherfucker doing an Academy Awards speech, and this motherfucker act like he got Tourette's talking about nigger, bro.
Bro, have you heard about some dude named Chud the Builder? He's running
Man,
around.
don't do it. Don't do
Bruh,
it.
he's running around calling people nigger, and this is the whole
And
thing.
his thing is the chimp out thing. I don't even like that word, bro. He got me
Yeah.
hot with that shit.
Yeah, because
I might
this
fuck
is the
around and
thing.
slap a motherfucker. They do that shit on the streets, just using that word, bro. Chimp out.
No,
Nigga.
but
Like,
Pete, this Big Rig,
ahead.
and I want you to cook after this. That's what his whole thing is. He's trying to say that the whole chimping out is trying to say that black people got low impulse control. They can't handle themselves. It's just a word, right? But they never want to say any other slur, right? So he goes around trying to trigger black people, and
Right.
he's armed. And that's why I always try to say,
Right.
he's armed, bruh.
Right.
He's armed and he has pepper spray. So one dude he pepper sprayed, he called one black dude a
Bear
nigger.
spray.
Yeah, which is even stronger, right?
Absolutely.
And then he's trying to get you to swing on him, because especially in Tennessee, those places they have a lot of those places they have stand your ground.
Right.
So which is why I always emphasize, hey, if you niggas is thugs, then I fear for my life, because that's all they say.
Yep.
They fear for their life and bodily harm. So when they pop a bro, then they say, oh, I fear for my life. And all they got to say, he swung on me or he hit me. So that's really what he's trying to provoke, which is like hella sick, because it's like, bro, why are people just letting this go on? You feel me? People say, I stand with y'all and I ain't racist. It's like, bro, why is no one doing anything about it? And I'm not saying hurt the dude. Like, he probably is going to get hurt. And peep this. All these people that so-called hate niggas, they never go where the niggas that they complain about, right? They say niggas ain't shit. Pookie and Ray Ray in the hood. They never go to the hood. They try to find random black people at the movies. Go and find a black dude at a skate park.
Motherfuckers like my son, him around his friends
correct.
or some shit. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, bro. Go ahead, bro. That shit gonna piss me off even using that.
No,
as
yeah,
an
and I ain't
example.
even trying to trigger you, but the way you painted your son,
Shit,
that's
bro.
actually what he's been doing.
I know
He's
about
been
that
going
piece
to
of
like
shit
young
ass
people. I'm like, come on, bruh. And then some of these people, okay, let's say they 18, 19. Well, they're still a teen, bro. It's like, this dude is what, I don't know, probably at least 30 or something.
At least 30 something, bro.
Bro, running around triggering people, and these are the people they say they got black fatigue, but they running around calling black people niggers. Like, bro, he lives in the area, there's no black people around, so he has to go out of his way to find black people. Like, how sick is that, bruh?
It's beyond sick. And it's content, bro. Everything is content. But now this motherfucker is
You
putting
always
people.
say that though. Everything's content, but
Everything
but
is
somebody
content.
gonna
Now he's
put
gonna
your
put
life
somebody's
on.
life. And
Yes,
oh man,
that's what I'm saying. Because look, you a level-headed cat, right? But let's be honest, bro. He won't go to Memphis doing that, bro. He's going to these little parts of you know what I mean? Tennessee is like, bro, he knows where he can do that at, and he shouldn't be able to do that anywhere. But that still is pretty sick that you're trying to promote. You're already saying a slur to harm the black person, but then
right,
you want them to attack you and lunge you so you can further harm them.
right.
I mean, like I always try to tell you, whose culture is this and who raised these people? They love to talk about fatherless homes and shit like that. Who raised this dude?
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. What it do, S3? What it do?
Hey y'all, you know what? I had the oddest time trying to get up here. It was weird. Like, that's why I dropped the link in the chat because I was testing it out. But I'm listening to y'all. Let me go on mute.
Okay, for
Okay,
sure, for
salute.
sure. Go ahead,
Did you have
Vito.
anything? Yeah, did you have anything to add with that big rig? Because I could pop it. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go to the maximum. I'm on like a 2 right now.
Well, no, man. It's just to me, bro. It's like you said, watching the shit that I just played, certain things, we don't say no more, things out of line, but yet, they letting all this other
That
shit
lightweight
flow.
had me hot, bro. Where's like you said,
So
you
where
can't
does
say
the
it.
hate speech come in at then, bro? If
No,
this
peep
guy
this,
is out
bro.
here calling us all these names and just whatever, when does it become hate speech?
And that you led right to my point. Thank you for the alley oop. I was just gonna say that, bro. During the whole C-19 thing, right? With the whole jabby jab era, right? It was Donald Trump, who was a white dude, was going around talking about the China virus and saying Kong flu. Then they somehow flipped it and blamed black men and was talking about stop Asian hate. Bro, there was these black girls who was said, hey, because Chinese people, some, not all, be talking crap about black people. They'll call us niggers and then they be speaking in their language, saying other stuff. Some black girls that said, hey, you don't like it here, then go back to your country. They charged them with a hate crime, saying it was xenophobic. So how many times have people, I've never been to Africa and probably never will be, but how many times have we had to endure, you don't like it here, go back to Africa, and you chimping out and all this other stuff. That's not a hate crime. But saying go back to China, where they're from, that's a hate crime. And the same thing, he's running around calling us niggers and all this stuff. We're just supposed to accept it and get over it. He's threatening people. That's considered menacing. That's a crime.
But
That's why I always tell people, like, you know what? Say you fear for your life, man. He's over here running up on kids, man. Those kids should be terrified for their life. And that's why I'm saying, man, tell your kids to, train them in other things of self-defense. People just be thinking that their kids are going to be okay. They're going to be a soft target. The anti-blackness is really rampant. Look at when that dude, Dylan Roof, when he shot up the church, where did he go? In the church where there are a bunch of elderly people. When the dude, the Buffalo shooter, he went to the grocery thing. It was a grocery store where a bunch of elderly people were. They always talk about niggas doing nigga shit, but they don't go where the niggas at. The shit they be saying. What about Chicago? Nigga, go to Chirac. Them niggas is ready to shoot, but they don't go there. They go where the harmless women are, the old black women, the kids. Come on, man. That's some cowardly shit, bro. You got it though.
Well, it's true, bro. Because see, the one thing that they try to say, right? All the blacks are like the same, right? They always try to put us all in the same boat. Well, once you go to them waters where them real niggas is at, not the ones that ain't over here trying to do all the dumb shit, just living their life. Go to the ones that you think be like how you say, oh, they just do this. Go to them areas where them niggas is on that type of time and run your program like you say.
Hey, now that you speak about that, one of the white supremacists who has shot up like the elderly black people, they asked them, they were like, "Hey, why didn't you go to the hood and get active?" And he said, "Because they got guns over there."
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, so they
Scary.
like to get those soft targets where they can just kind of rack up the bodies, but those other cats, all those ops and those YNs that you complaining about, them niggas is gonna shoot back. You ain't just gonna be able to waltz up. You can try to talk about, oh, these thugs and oh my God and black on black crime. Well, then go run up on them then. You know what I mean? But they never do that. They find these soft targets, and that's why I advocate for women, especially black women, for them to have firearms too, not to be on no tough stuff.
That's a fact.
But we can't on one hand talk about black women are so unprotected. Well, black men can't be everywhere, and not every black man is capable of protecting you.
That's a fact.
You have to protect yourself, especially in these households where we all working, right? I may want to protect you, but baby, you may work in San Jose. How much I can't I can't fly to San Ho. So it only take 5 minutes or 5 seconds for somebody to harm you. So if you with your lady, hey, if I got a piece, my lady gonna have a piece. You know what I mean? Not on no stun shit. You know what I mean? Not on no Bonnie and Clyde shit, so we can protect ourselves. And I'm like, go train responsibly. Like, we have to normalize this because other communities do that. Unfortunately, with us, when you think about responsible firearm shit, you think about sliding on the op. No, I'm trying to train. So if any person, doesn't have to be an op, right? It could be a stranger. If somebody break into your house, bro, what would you rather have? Something to protect your house, or a cell phone that you got to call the cops, bro? Come on, bro. Like, we just got to get serious about our self-defense.
That's my
no, I hear you, bro. I'm just saying, like, it's something. All these cats that be on here, that be talking a lot of pro blackity black stuff, this is one of the pieces that they never touch. And it's kind of a form of what I'll call intellectual cowardice, because on one hand, we'll talk about how bad white supremacy is, which it is bad and disgusting and systemically entrenched. But you think you're going to combat that with the podcast? You think you're going to combat that talking about, what about black on black crime? Nigga, what about it? You're not doing anything about it. And let's say I did want to contend with black on black crime. How am I going to contend with that? Making podcasts? I'm going to stop black on black crime by going on Anton Daniels' podcast? Nigga, this shit don't even make no sense. Nigga, you're not doing anything to stop
We're
crime.
not talking about white on white crime.
Yeah, so it's like it's some goofy term, bruh. This nigga Big Rig knows a lot of Latinos and Hispanics, bro. Tell me, bro, Big Rig, pull it up right now. Tell me one Mexican, Hispanic, Latino, Puerto Rican creator that's talking about brown on brown crime.
No,
Do you know one?
I don't know of any.
I'm just saying, I've never heard one, bro. But it's a bunch
Now
of
that
like
guy
that
guy that you present,
he's the only one. That's the.
And I don't really know about him. I just know from when you go and do your live and bring him to the board.
A lot of people don't know about him. Most of his support, I think a lot of black people support him. He told me he got death threats from his own community because he said that he was making them look bad, but he said they couldn't call him a liar.
I could believe
it. He did a whole video saying that he was getting death threats because they saying, oh, you making us Latinos look bad. And he's like, y'all more worried about me making y'all look bad than whether it's the truth.
Well, when it's the truth, it always hurts, bro. And the thing is there's
That's
a
why
lot
they say hit dogs holler.
There's a lot of people, bro, in the black community that have no problem putting accountability on our own, bro. We and be on podcasts, have no problem with it. So
already told you, bro. We the only group, bruh. Charleston White, Anton Daniels, the Hodge twins, Candace Owens, bro, Anthony Brian Logan, Officer Tatum. You can just go
Yeah,
down the
sometimes
list.
they do
All of
too much. You know what I mean? It's like, goddamn, bro.
bro,
Like, what the fuck?
99% of the time they do too
Don't
much.
forget Jesse Peterson.
Oh
Did
man, don't bring
Jesse
up
Lee
that.
Peterson.
Jesus.
All they say, bro, whether you like it or not, and I disagree with all of those people, but that's accountability. There's no Mexican version of Jesse Lee Peterson. There's no white version of Officer Tatum.
No.
So all of these groups try to talk about us with accountability, nigga. We already been held more accountable. And then right now, Big Rig, if I go rob a bank right now, how are you gonna hold me accountable? I robbed the bank, I got caught, and I got locked up. See, that's the problem with the community, bro. We don't hold each other accountable. Nigga, huh? I didn't rob the bank with dude. He didn't tell me anything about the robbery, but I'm supposed to hold him accountable?
Right.
Then he's being held accountable. Once you get locked up, nigga, that's accountability.
I would think so.
You don't think so. You know so. You know that it's accountability. Bro, you've been held accountable, right? You Big Rig, you've been behind those walls. You didn't like it, but that was accountability. You can't go tell somebody else, hold Big Rig accountable. The nigga did his time. They say you do the crime, you do the time. That's accountability. They don't say you do the crime, do the time, and then make a podcast about the time you did. Where is that in the phrase?
Right.
So this whole accountability shit is some shit that like black people have been brainwashed to try to point their fingers at each other. Nigga, I can't hold you accountable for something that I didn't know that you was gonna do. Something that I don't agree with. If you say, hey, do you agree with this? Yes. Do you disagree with this? Yes. But if I don't know what somebody is doing and they just off into their own world, how are you trying to hold me accountable for something and someone I'm not responsible for?
Right.
Make it make sense. It's like
Yeah,
saying
that's part of that pacifist talk where you don't defend yourself on all levels, right? Because it started like even with Martin Luther King, everything was like, no self-defense,
yeah, it was just that John Lewis. John Lewis was about getting his if you know about John Lewis, his whole claim to fame was he was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge getting his ass beat. Like, hey, thank you for fighting for us. But it's like, no, that's not what you want to teach your kid, right? Get your ass beat and then these white people will help elect you in Congress, right? Nah, that's why some people say death before dishonor, right? And like Sincere is talking about that pacifist talk, before MLK, start getting more radical, it was get your ass beat and then turn the other cheek. Start singing the Negro spirituals. We got when they go low, we go high. No, hell no. When they go low, I'm going lower. When they go low, I'm going to hell. It ain't no, you know what I mean? Turn the other cheek.
That's why I went
I'm
crazy
going to hell.
I was talking about it earlier. That's why I went crazy on that white man today, because
who did?
Man, he was stunting on me. I was like, "Oh, you crazy?"
In life?
Sincere had a little episode. She had a little Vanilla Ice wanted some hot cocoa
on your stream.
Nah, it wasn't. In life.
Like real life. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because like, check this out. I was dipping through these apartments, right? And sometimes I come through the back. It's a one way, and I'm not supposed to go that way, right? But a lot of people do it, and we all do it pretty for the most part, right? So really, if you coming in when I'm coming down, you'll just like back up or move to the side and let me just go and zip on through. So bring me into the back part of the apartments where I want to be, not on the other side. And this fool was coming out, right? He was coming out and he stayed right there where, where the apartment meets the pavement, right? And he just sitting there in his car.
He knew you wanted to go through and he was just being an ass.
Yeah. And so I was like, dude, is you going to come through? And then he was like, in my mind, I said, please don't make me go bad on this white boy today. Please, Lord. Because if he's going to do what I think he's about to do, I'm about to go ham, right? And he pointed to the sign talking about, this is not an entrance. Go around. I said, motherfucker, what? What? Now you are guarding the exit or whatever, right? You obviously are going somewhere. then you're gonna proceed to point to the sign like you the goddamn street police or something. Like somebody designates you as a street police, and then proceed to tell me I need to go around. Motherfucker, I pulled that car. I pulled up and put that motherfucker in park and jumped out the car. And it was like, shit, you can call the police, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but you know, we could be here all damn day. It could be a standoff, it could be whatever the fuck you wanted it to be. You know, it could be whatever.
He didn't
And
know
I
he was
guess,
dealing with the Highlanders.
man, and then like, and I swear, like something just surged through me, and I think what it was on everything was the fact that you had nerves in your whatever your privilege or whatever you thought was going on with you that gave you the right to all of a sudden turn yourself into some kind of
yard duty.
Yeah, like you whole monitor ass bitch ass motherfucker, get the fuck up out the way. Bitch, I went crazy. Then I started to proceed like towards his car, like I was gonna run up, and I think it's gonna be a bing bang situation. I was gonna start banging that bitch up right up in
Was
his
it a
window.
woman or a dude? That's three.
A man.
That's three. Come on, that's three. You running up on the dude though, ready to war though?
It was the fact, like, white man, don't try to tell me. First of all, my peoples went through too much for one, and in the vicinity, in my areas and stuff, like, you know, in my community, you know what I mean? Like, man, my people went through a lot to live on certain blocks, to bring things to other people in our community to where they can get fair deals on stuff. You know what I mean? Like my family's a family of fighters. And I'm trying to tell you, talking about grandparents fighting up in the courthouse and shit type of thing, with like physical fights and stuff. And it pissed me off. It just pissed me off. Like, dude, you're white privilege, and then you're a man, and then you're just trying to somehow direct me, and all it was a flood of things that came over me because it was so unnecessary, you know. And I tried to give him the opportunity to move his vehicle because obviously you in that bitch for a reason. You didn't just get in your car and decide you wanted to block the entrance out of nowhere land. No, you had somewhere to go. But because you see my black ass, you want to now all of a sudden turn into, like, you know, the director of all black women or black people or black, like.
So what was the end result?
He got his ass the fuck on. I started calling him all kinds of two-ball bitches, and I started kind of like, he ran up on that car, and he, you know, get your ass the fuck on. Like, he took off, and I thought about it after the fact. I said, well, you know, I always think about things after the fact. I've done that, you know, plenty of times in my lifetime, you know, where, you know, in the moment, I'll be ready for it. And then after, later on, people will be telling me, they be like, you know, you shouldn't do that. You know, you always, one of my sisters tells me all that at the time. She used to tell me all the time when I was younger. She was like, you take off and go into battle. You don't call nobody. You don't do nothing. You just pull up and be with it. And you need to stop doing that. Like, you know, because I'll ride by myself. You know, I ride by myself. There won't nobody know until they get a couple of calls, you know, man, your sister, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, and I just pulled up and get over here. You know, that type of stuff.
Mortal Kombat.
Hey, you know, Mortal Kombat 2 come out tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I see it on my Fire Stick.
Okay. Big Rig, little illegal schmeagle. Hold on, Big Rig. You the type of nigga, you don't tell me you had one of them black boxes.
Back in the day?
The cable box?
Hell yeah, bro. I had a few different versions of them, bro.
I was like, hold on, Big Rig. That boy, that big
Man, I had the
Big
one
Rig,
that was
Big Rig had the Spice
box
channel.
back in the days, A and B
Big
box.
Rig, you was watching Spice and HBO, huh?
All of that, bro. All of that. Man, I
Hey,
ain't gonna get into
you
that.
felt like the nig if you had that, bro. That box was like
That's why I'm a cold nigga the way I am now, man. Them goddamn Spice channels. Go ahead.
Hey, but nigga, that was the Fire Stick before the Fire Stick, though.
Hell yeah, nigga.
That's what's wild about it, huh?
Man, I even had the satellite one and everything, bro. I had them all different versions of black boxes, bro.
You had a remote, or you had to get up and turn your.
No, it was remote, but I had the first one where, like, I don't know if where you was at, but where I was at, we had the
they had
A
an
and B
old
boxes.
one where the numbers was on the box.
That's the one I'm talking about. So the
Yeah.
numbers would go up to like 30 or 40 or something like that. And you'd have an A and B. And I had a box that was a black box, one of those back in the days. I think it was like TCI or something, or not TCI, but Heritage Cable or some shit. I don't know.
Did
But it
you
was
ever
at the-
have
it was
an
at the spot.
antenna, or you had to use a wire hanger to get?
Well,
You know
shit,
what I'm
bro.
saying?
I used to have
Have
the
you ever
regular.
heard somebody
I
do
used to have
that?
bunny ears. I used to have the bunny ears, but I wasn't getting nothing illegal or nothing. I was just.
Oh, okay,
And you know, back in the days, bro, houses had them big ass antennas on the top.
Yeah, no, it used to be crazy, bro. Like,
So you would just
like
plug in
that's what
your
I'm saying.
outlet, and you
People,
basically had an antenna.
that's what I'm saying. People was making signals. I seen cats that was making stuff with foil and wire hangers. Like they was making like their own antennas and stuff, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah, motherfuckers was creative, bro.
It was creative. That's what I was saying, because back then it wasn't no AI and stuff. Cats really had to come up with crazy
You had to
stuff.
figure it out. You had to figure it the fuck out.
Bro, remember with the tapes, bro? Like if you had tapes and let's say you bought let's say I would say I'm a random person, you bought a Tevin Campbell tape, right? There was a way you can put some tape inside the tape and like record over that one. You know what I mean?
Off top,
You know what I'm
bro.
talking about?
Did it plenty of times.
That's why I was like, Big Rick,
Motherfuckers
don't
would be
tell me.
mad. I'd find my mom's old gospel tape or something and just be like, man, fuck it. I just grab it, bro, and I'd make it happen, bro. And I just act like that tape never, came around anymore.
Hey,
bro.
they'd be like, you seen that tape? Nah, because
If I had
they
to, I'd get some
find it.
alcohol and erase the fucking name on that tape, bro. So I wouldn't get caught slipping, bro. I was doing some fucked up shit.
You can do that with the videotapes too. Like, you know how once, remember they had like TiVo and stuff like that?
Yep.
Or certain VCRs that like you can edit. But sometimes, let's say like if your mom was like, hey, my shows is coming on, set the VCR, and then if you forgot, bruh, you know what I mean?
It was curtains.
Bro, it was either that
Because they
too,
done
or
told
if
you so many times and you done fucked it off, and all you had to do
you
was
didn't
take
mess
that
it
time, try
up.
to
I
make
was
it
like,
happen.
ooh, yeah. Because when they got off work, you know how once they was looking off work, you know, if you think about it, let's say it's your little show on Netflix and you like, cool, after I get off work, I'm gonna roll this little blunt,
Hell
put a little
yeah.
piece in the I'm gonna watch that show, and then you like, oh, I forgot to record your show. Ooh, that's it could be curtains, bro.
Yeah, you might get on restriction or something for that shit.
Yeah, no, you lightweight would, bro. No TV for a month, like damn, you know.
Hey, restriction back then was a motherfucker, dog.
It was crazy, bro.
As soon as you done eating, go to your room. Like,
bro,
damn, I can't even kick it in the living room and
I
watch
was to go
fucking
to your
America's Most
room.
Wanted with y'all. Like, what the fuck?
The America's Most Wanted. I ain't gonna lie, that show was kind of lit, bro.
It was very lit, bro.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Let's keep it a buck, bro. Even though they was painting the narrative, I ain't gonna. America's, you know,
Nigga,
it was one of those
out in the
shows.
80s. I remember when it came out, bro, because it used to come on after The Simpsons. That shit used to like scare niggas some of them episodes, bro. I was like, man, these
Yeah, bro.
motherfuckers is
The way they did it, they did make it
the
very
reenactments and
cinematic.
shit, fuck.
They made it extremely
I was like, who
cinematic.
thought of this show, dog? Like, this shit is crazy. And then it was real, because then they would show the real motherfucker, dog. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, whoa.
But I think cats was getting too scared, so that's why they probably took it off too.
Hell yeah. What's up with it, S3? You good over there?
Yeah, I was over here. Now I know this is off subject, but I was looking at this picture of what is that broad name? I don't know why today I've been having like brain farts. I can't remember people's names. What's Jay-Z girl name? I forget her name.
Beyonce.
Yeah, she looked kind of like bloated or something.
She might be pregnant again.
I don't think she pregnant. I just think she picked up some weight or something, because they had like the Met Gala and then she came in with this particular like.
But ain't that Met Gala on some other shit? Why would they bring their daughter there?
I don't know. I think all these people are weird. Did you look what
It's like a
Don't they be
secret
eating off of
society,
people?
bro.
Yeah, don't they eat off people there and shit? Like they act like people like are the main course and shit.
they do all kinds of weird stuff? And then she did
I
bring her
wouldn't bring my
daughter.
daughter there, bro.
I want to do none of it, but
And that
like,
one lady that do the devil
I mean,
worshiping shit used to go there and shit. I don't know her name, but she was weird looking, crazy bride, bro.
I'm looking at her right now, and I'm like,
I
something
mean,
is off.
sometimes your daughter or your kids are kind of sacrificed until you
It's a
signed up
fact.
for.
I believe it.
And you know, like the
That's
thing, I never been a Beyonce fan. Like I like, a lot of people like her and stuff. That's why it's so quick for me to just forget who the hell she is. I ain't gonna even lie. She's never like stood out to me like that. I feel like she was overrated because there were so many sisters out there that were singing that sung better than her, that looked better than
You're
her.
saying that Beyonce was overrated, S3?
Yeah, I always felt
Oh,
like she was
definitely. Definitely.
well, I like Beyonce, but at the same time, I mean that's the same way with the NBA. All these people that have greatness in their own right. So this is not to take away from them or to say that they hate, but it's not just about the talent; it's about the people who will play ball as well. That's why I look at what they do with the actors, right? They go out of their way to get people from Africa and the UK and all this stuff, not because they just the greatest actors. Those are the people that are willing to play ball. Those are the people who are more psychologically buck broken and subservient. So, I mean, do you think they want to wrestle with people? Do you think they want people that's going to be radical and challenging all of the weird ritual stuff going on at the Met Gala, or people who are going to say, cool, we love this, right? So they're
Yeah.
going to get more people that are on board, and then those people are going to be given opportunities. It's why you keep seeing the same faces over and over. Like, does anyone care about Gayle King? I mean, Gayle King is what, damn near in her 70s or something, but they just keep propping her up on shows. Does anyone truly care about Don Lemon? But they're trying to put him out there like, oh no, the community loves him. Do you care about Van Jones? Do you care about any of these people? Oprah or any of these people? But there's a reason why they keep getting propped up. Al Sharpton was a rat. But because he did some good things for black people, we're not supposed to say how he sold the black people out and how he's continuously selling black people
Yeah, he
out,
used to
right?
fuck with the mafia cats, didn't he?
Yeah, bro. And then he said, "Oh, I'll rat it because I was fearing for my life." But yeah, like, why are you ratting on black people? Why are you snitching them out? You know what I mean? But I'm saying all of these people are propped up to say, these are the people you should like. These are your saviors. These are your leaders. They're trying to tell you, don't pick anything. We will anoint them for you. And if you agree with them, then they're, then
Okay,
they're
wait.
going to
I'm
keep
gonna
putting
say
these people in
something
front
real
of you.
quick. And this is off subject too, right? What is going on with you and Vibrant? A big rig.
Why would happen?
I mean, she told you to leave your hair alone. She be on you.
Oh yeah, Vibrant she be on my helmet, man.
Is that your girlfriend? Is my
Oh,
mod? No, I'm serious. Is
Nah.
my mod? Listen to what I'm saying real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
Is my mod Vibrant? Who's in my depictions of us Highlanders and stuff? Vibrant, the vibrant one. Is she your girlfriend?
No. And you know what's wild? I was over at RS's, since we're gonna get into that. and RS even was like, I guess something was going on with a Slap a Don or something, I guess Pizarro or some old whatever. But she was like, yeah, you gonna be my YouTube boyfriend and whoop de whoop. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go.
Bruh, how many YouTube girls?
RS said she wants to be your YouTube girlfriend.
Well, yeah, because she was doing some shit, I don't know, and
Big Rig got about 4, 5 of them things.
They was over there talking crazy about
Vibrant, they
this shit.
trying to take your man. What you gonna do, girl?
Oh, look at you, S3.
And
that's what RS was saying. RS was saying, hey, she's like, I'll get at hood table and ask her if it's okay. And I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go.
She said she gonna get at hood table.
Yeah, she said
damn, Big Rig got
talk to hood table and
he got
ask her
4 verified.
Okay. Vibrant. She like, Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm teasing, Vibrant. Come on now.
Big
She's
Rig got
mad at
4 of
me.
them things verified.
I'm upset. I mean,
Oh
she's
man,
upset. I don't mean to upset her. But
Oh,
that is
okay.
the thing though. Having a
They broke
YouTube.
up.
Who broke up?
Big Rig and Vibrant.
oh, see now.
I mean, just that quick. I
Now
mean,
this nigga
damn.
troll. See, look, y'all done trolled the shit
Just
out of
that
me.
quick.
How
You
you
know,
get
No, that's
trolled
what
on
I'm
your
saying.
own
It can go
stream? That's
left.
crazy.
I said a thing and then just happened just that quick. I'm not
Hey, you see
upset.
this
Okay.
shit, John? Hey,
But
y'all, it's
no,
my birthday month though, y'all. Let me put that out there. It's my
Hey,
birthday
but
month,
hey,
y'all. You
Big
know what I'm
Rig, you
saying?
broke up with one, but still got 3 of them things.
Dog, man, I got none of the
hey
things. I'm
John.
no flirt. I'm no none of that. No none of that.
Big Rig flirts.
I be
Well,
seeing,
that's
I be
you
seeing
know
some
what? That's
dude.
really true
There
for
you
these
go,
investors
Vibrant.
as
There you
well.
go. I be seeing some dudes on here,
Wait,
man.
why
You know,
are you
shit. These
telling?
women be,
Why are you telling this man's birthday? Why are you telling your birthday out here?
these women be fighting and all kind of shit over these men on here,
Now you
man. So
trying
you
to
know,
tell me
I don't
Vibrant
get
is
none
not?
of that.
You telling me Vibrant is not your girl? She know your birthday. Listen
I
to
just
me.
said it the other day. She go to my verticals. S3.
hmm She tell you not to mess with your hair. You know, stop
Oh,
messing with your
S3
hair.
on it tough. Look at S3.
Stop.
We been gone for a couple of days. Now she come through like this, man. Hey, maybe like I said, y'all,
She
because
did
it's my
come in
birthday
lightweight
month.
hot,
Yeah,
bruh. The
okay,
temperature.
no
Hey,
shit.
I didn't
what did
come in
R?
hot. I've been quiet all this time, and so I seen that
Hey,
big
what did R.
bloating ass
Kelly
and I'm
say?
gone.
The temperatures rise.
Rising,
No, but this is the
man.
thing. When I first came on here, right, in the time when I was a little bit more popular, meaning that people liked me more. They didn't, not on the hate train that they're on now. Um, the guys, because when you first come on, come around, you're like a new face or a new avatar, if you will, and they like the voice or like whatever they like, right? However the attraction goes down. And I had a few people who wanted to become my YouTube boyfriend, or hit on me. I'll shut all that shit down. But anyways, the point is that
You
they
still
were
got you still
Hey,
got.
that's
You
rich.
said
Shut
had.
everybody down, man. That shit
Nah, you.
crazy. Go ahead.
I don't know. Did you, Sincere? Because you said had as in past tense. You still got a lot of cats. I had some niggas from your chat trying to get at me saying, "Don't holler at my girl, Sincere." I'm like, huh? So it's like, nah, you still got a fan club.
I feel like I don't even take that. I guess I don't take it serious. Like I don't take it serious, right? Because I remember how things were, and now I just kind of maybe I became just oblivious to it a little bit. But I'm talking about initially, they would like hit my link and lightweight try to get at me, or throw a couple of liners up in there, trying to be smooth with it, and I was just curving people left to right. And so I never got a YouTube boyfriend. Now I could have had one, and I think a lot of times when people were hitting
Oh
my link,
shit.
Sounds
Oh
like you
shit.
was this close.
well,
Oh
no,
shit.
I
That's what it sounded
wasn't.
like to me a little bit, but I'm on
No,
mute.
So
no,
into
that's
I'm
you,
on
to
mute.
me, I'll
no.
mute.
What it was is that I think some of the men, when they would hit my link, they were coming around. I think they were trying to like, even though they were on my panel, I took it as, okay, somebody came and hit my panel. I'm meeting new people and stuff like that, adding to my show. And I think they were just there maybe trying to fill me out, see if they could, get something going with me or whatever. I don't think the intentions were really very solid. And then after, once one realizes that it's not going to go that way, or they, whatever they came for with wasn't accomplished, then it can go bad, right? It can go bad to the point where people are either making up stuff about you and moving on, or just moving on. I prefer when they just move on, but it would have been nice if you could have really been there to support my channel. But the bad part is when they make up stuff about you and move on, so it's a lot of men that like they lie on their virtual D's, like virtual
What's
D
up with it,
lying.
Malik? I'm gonna take a quick dab, y'all. I'm still here, so I'm gonna just go on avatar mode real quick. Malik, what it do, man? You
Now
dissed
she
us
gonna
a couple
mention.
weeks ago. You dissed us a couple of weeks ago, Malik. Go ahead, S3.
Now I was looking at what Vibrant mentioned.
Yeah, who's Joe? I'm on mute. Who the fuck is Joe? I'm on mute.
One of them. One of them. Vibrant has witnessed a lot. She has witnessed. Let me tell you, her and Melanated have witnessed a lot. Even Sister Jackie, a lot of different scenarios that popped up on my channel, and a lot of different people and their intentions, and then their narratives after the fact. There's always a history with people, and if you care to know it, then, and what I say, you need to go to the inception of a thing so that you actually can get the truth. But I don't think people are really interested in the truth or how things come about. They're just interested in how they can add to the narrative in the moment based on whatever emotional situation they're going through. Because you have to be emotionally attached in order to make up a story, right? Like if you make up a story or tell a story on somebody, a lie, and somehow you have to be emotionally attached. I would assume to go that far. Yeah, I'm not emotionally attached in that manner. I'm not going to make up anything on anybody. It's just going to be what it is,
So, you never liked anybody on your YouTube career history?
No. I mean, I like people and I enjoy their company, but wanting to
You know what I mean.
Yeah, but being attracted.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
No, I mean, I'm being clear. I have to be clear because a lot of times, like people be in people's skyboxes and stuff like that, or they
Yeah,
be
they waiting to clip.
yeah,
they waiting to clip this answer.
they want to twist things around. They want to twist things around, and so I'm being very clear with it, because I've had people try to come out and destroy my reputation or make it seem like a certain thing was going on or lewd in some type of way, like painting pictures, like that's why I always say, there's Rembrandts out here and Picassos and Pascals, what I'm saying? They're all over the place. They're paint by numbers and paint by fingers as Negroes. They're always painting a picture. Somebody is out there to paint the picture, or try to, create the narrative. But that is a thing on YouTube, and you will find that quite a few of these ladies have YouTube husbands or have had YouTube husbands. Then they had the fallout. And I just heard of something most recently, but I'm not going to mention the person because I like her and stuff. But she most recently was having what they do is they meet the people online and they start talking to each other behind the scenes, right? And then calling and texting and making their plans and stuff, and then mad day comes or the day that it doesn't work, and it's not going to work because you don't know these people. They don't know you. You don't have enough time invested into their character and the knowledge of them, so it's gonna go belly up. And if you haven't paid attention to the cycle of things, nobody can actually go away quietly. I've only seen one couple actually go away in a very quiet way, and that would be Talent and Sassy.
Hey, where's Talent been? Have you seen him?
Well, he said he was going to leave for a while, and then he didn't go because his plans got curved, and he came back. But what I'm thinking, based on what he had planned initially, that those plans probably came back into play, and he's probably traveling right now.
Yeah, because I ain't seen him in no chats. I don't really be in too many places, but I haven't seen him in no chats or heard anything about him or nothing.
Mm-hmm. So
and actually about a couple of months.
Yeah, but he'll be back. But he also said that at the end of this year, I think, because he said it on my channel, this is his last year.
Yeah, I heard him say it.
Yeah, so this is his last year, so he's gonna probably move on. And when people say that stuff, I kind of take it with a grain of salt because there's something to the YouTube dynamic and being around for so long. And though Talent doesn't go live like how we go live, like CC in that manner, he is a staple in his sector. He is one of the people that people look forward to, whether they whether they admit to it or not, right? He is one of the people that hits the channel or hits the link, kind of stirs the pot a little bit, brings a little kind of witty banter and stuff. He'll be part of the show. He'll help your show along.
Talent is kind of actually like Goosey before I met the Goosey, man. Like kind of the way He
Yeah,
kind of
kind of
maneuvers
like.
and says things and kind of,
And I don't like, and I don't know because see, like with talent doesn't rub me the wrong way how like he rubs other people. Like in talent will say all kinds of shit in my face and everything, but he doesn't bother me the way he bothers other people. I just take talent for talent. But for the most part, I will take people face value for who they are and how they present.
right.
I don't really have a problem with their nature or their character. They just end up having a problem with my nature or my character. But a lot of times I even realize it's not even about me. Sometimes it's always about somebody else. So,
Mm.
or at least that's the explanations I have gotten over the years where it's like, oh, well, so and so was coming to your channel and so said this over here and so. And so I just stopped coming around because so and so. And I'm thinking, well, if I didn't mistreat you, if I didn't mistreat you, and I allowed for you to hit my link and I showed you courtesy and all that stuff, and it's not me, then why would it be a problem? Like, why should it be a problem?
Right.
So it is what it is. That's how it goes. But yeah, they're probably gonna try to tie you to somebody. They're probably working hard on it right now.
Ty who?
To give you a an internet wife.
Oh man, come on, S3. They was doing that shit when I first came around and was over there with Lemon and shit. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to do For the Love, a big rig and all kind of shit. I was like, man, come on, man. I turned that shit down so fast they couldn't even turn it up.
They definitely was trying to do it, but they'll probably try to revamp it because it's like cycles around here, right? And
Really
then
wasn't. Hold on 1 second, S3. My bad. Really
okay.
wasn't no topic. Malik, we was just chopping it up. I had 2 clips I played earlier. You feel me? This lady was just lying her ass off. She killed her partner. And then the other one was basically just a lot of the things that are illegal now. You know what I'm saying? That was just fucking all day, every day back in the days for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, like the last one. I think you've seen the part 1. I just kind of did a little part 2 on it. That's all. We just chopping it up right now, though. Go ahead, S3.
Does he have a topic he wants to talk about?
I don't know, Malik. Was there something you want to talk about, bro? The link is out there, man. I'm just chilling, bro. You want to slide through or
Yeah,
something?
I got a topic. I want to ask y'all perspective on something. I actually was gonna do a whole stream about it. I
Go
actually
for it.
still might do it. But I did want to get y'all perspective on it.
Shoot.
Okay, so it's basically now this is based on
Thank you,
anecdotes. This is based on like anecdotes of things that I've either seen, experienced in my life, and things that basically just happens in general. You know what I mean? So, but I want to know what y'all would do in a situation where a loved one, and it can be whatever loved one, your mama, your sister, or whatever, has been in an abusive relationship or abused by someone, and they tell you about it or word gets to you, but they don't really want to do nothing about it in terms of pressing charges, or they're trying to downplay it. What is your response, or what is an appropriate response to that?
You gotta opt out.
Mm-mm.
You gotta opt out, bro. And the reason why I say that is because there's been a lot of times to where a situation has happened, you know what I'm saying, some family situations, and it's usually, with the women in the family, and they're fucking around with, you know what I'm saying, a piece of shit, and they do something, you know what I'm saying, that's out of pocket. And of course, the men in the family, they're gonna come to, you know what I'm saying, her aid, bro. They're gonna make sure that shit don't happen no more, bro. Hands, whatever goes down, bro. But then the fucked up shit is they end up going back and fucking with them again. You know what I'm saying? And now you're putting yourself in a position, bro, to where you could fucking, be put in jail. You can be put in a position to where you can lose your life because, hey, it is what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't know what this next motherfucker is like. It ain't like everything you get into, you the fucking victor. Everybody got a story like they fucking always win, right? Fuck that. Let's keep it 100. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying though, these women will fuck around, you know what I'm saying, and have you in a situation. So that's why I say you gotta opt out, bro. You do. Now, if you really know your family member or whatnot, and they seem to be like the type of person where like, hey, bro, they don't tolerate this type of shit and all this, and it just happens. You know what I mean? Hey, you do what you got to do, man, and they gonna fall into the place, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, fuck that. I ain't fucking with them no more. Woo-woo-ty woo. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm ready to press charges on whatever. Now, if you got a relative or whatnot, you know, a woman in the family that's like on that type of page, bro, whole different scenario, my nigga. But 9 times out of 10, man, and I hate to say it, bro. I hate to say it. But when a woman get into it, you know what I'm saying, with a dude or whatnot, shit don't go right, and he may put hands on her, and hands and feet. You know what I'm saying? It's bad for a couple days or whatnot. Next thing you know, they back together, sneaking around. You know what I'm saying? So the family don't know because maybe somebody really done whooped his ass. I mean, this shit happens, bro. It happens. So that's
Hey, and
why I
Big
say, bro,
Rig.
you gotta opt out.
Big Rig, when I was giving a scenario, bro, you didn't even let me fully get it out, and you said
Man,
opt
I
out, and
was
now
on it, bro.
bro was
I'll
on
let
it. And
S3 go.
look,
I was on it, bro.
bro was on it, but peep this. I have to concur because this is the thing, bro. You putting me in a tight spot because if you calling me, you know you're not calling me to go over there to whisper sweet nothings in their ear, bro. I'm pulling up, bro. I'm pulling up with equipment and I'm pulling up with other people, bro.
Yeah, you
And
ready
we're
to build a
coming.
house, bro. You ready to
That's
build a
what.
house.
So I'm like, come on, bro. And then I do all this stuff. I'm putting my freedom at risk. And then what, I get locked up and then you back with this, you know what I mean? Man,
But
it's
see,
like,
this is something I can kind of form for S3, right? Because we can use a woman in an example too, right? Because like me, man, I got women in my family, bro. They don't tolerate no disrespect, bro, towards me, bro. So I can't bring certain things to them. You see what I'm saying? Because I know how they react. You see what I'm talking about? So with like S3, like how she just said earlier, right? She said, hey, dude, pull it out. You know what I'm saying? I was hoping this motherfucker wasn't going to have me just lose it, you know what I'm saying, and get on his helmet. But still, she got out the car, was, you know, ready to walk up on old boy. You feel me? So, like, there do be, you know what I'm saying, the women that same shit, bro. You can have your fucking family members, women crashing the fuck out. You got to watch what you say around them, bro, because they do be with the action, my nigga. I got homegirls that are with the fucking action, my nigga.
hey, bro, did you see the story that I did the other day? I meant to bring this up to you. Did you see the story that I did the other day?
Which one?
This chick, so she was living with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend kicked her out, and then he went to work. Well, basically, he was like, hey, you can't live here no more. Basically, they had some sort of dispute. I don't know if he kicked her out permanently or if he kicked her out for a few days. But basically, he said, this my ish. Get up out of here. Then he went off to work and was probably on some shit like, hey, when I get back, you better not be here. So he got back home from work and he was like, oh, okay, cool. Nobody is here. So he went to sleep. And then he said he woke up and heard a hissing. It was a stick of dynamite. He said he tried to, bro, this is a real story, bro. I covered it and you can pull this up right now. He tried to stomp the dynamite out and it didn't go out. So he grabbed the dynamite and was running to the door to throw it out. It blew up in his hand. It blew off it not only his hand, part of his arm. So this chick just got sentenced like a couple days ago. Now this happened in 2024, but you know how they'll have you sit down and your case maybe a couple years later.
Yeah.
So she just got charged. This was in New York in Suffolk County. So yeah, she blew off the, you know what I mean? So like you said, some chicks will be with the shit, but like, I ain't never been with no chick that'll throw some dynamite. But like I said, bro should have just ran out the house and just let his room get blown up. Like he grabbed the dynamite thinking he could run. And he said after his hand was blown off, all he could see was his girl running down the street. But yeah, she had just got charged like last week.
What did they charge her with? Attempted?
I don't even think they charged her with attempted murder. I can't remember what it was, and they said they're expecting her to get 25 years, and some people said that ain't enough. Now she could get more, she could get less. You know what I mean?
Well, she's gonna get some kind of endangerment because what did he
Yeah.
live in a house or a complex?
I think it was a apartment. They said it was an apartment, so it was a complex, I believe.
Yeah, because
That's nuts, man.
she brought danger not only to him but to the whole entire complex.
People around.
Because whoever's underneath,
Yeah.
you know what I
I
mean?
covered the charge. I just don't remember the charge off the top that she got.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have touched it.
But ask Vibrant. Vibrant can find it. All you gotta type is Suffolk County girl blows off boyfriend hand. You can just type in something random. It will come up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw your live. I remember that. I wouldn't have touched it. I would have ran right past it. If it
Yeah, I
had
would have
some
ran
footage-
right out. Hey, your TV, your
Yeah,
bed.
I don't understand why he would have picked that up, bro.
Because
That's
he thought he
wild.
was in a cartoon. I'm trying to tell you, these people are Looney Tunes.
Nah,
Now
you get out the house, bro.
they
You don't
think it's some
pick it
kind
up.
of a cartoon or something that they got multiple lives and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's Tom and Jerry or something. Like, nigga, this ain't Tom and Jerry. This ain't
Yeah. This ain't Animaniacs.
okay, this ain't crazy to the max, Looney Tunes.
Yeah, but man. But S3, did you have anything like to chime in? Because that is putting people in a tight spot, and it don't even have to be like a domestic situation. Sometimes it's random situations where it's like, okay, the neighbor have punched on you. It's like, okay, cool. Do you need me to pull up? Oh no, it's cool. So it's like, damn, man, you letting people abuse you. It's like why tell me about it? Like, if you don't want me to do anything, just don't even tell me about it, right? I like, where's your position on that? Because sometimes people will tell the family, oh, look, this is what's happening over there. Yeah, but she ain't trying to leave him. You know what I mean? So, like, what do you want me to do, right? You don't want to call the cops, right?
She just wants
if
you
I
to
pull
back him off of her.
Uh-huh.
She just wanted you to back her or off of him or him off of her. In
like
the
a shoulder to cry on or something like that.
Well, protection in the moment, right? Because, for instance, if a woman's getting beat down by a man, he's like brutally beating her or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And she can't really protect herself from him, she would want somebody to step in and protect her from him. At least so she's not losing her teeth and being all swollen up, and he will back off of her for the moment because now he has a man to contend with. But that will only anger him more later on, you know. He might cool down and not proceed to do it again, but it's always going to be in his head that he had to contend with a man because the reason why he's hitting on her in the first place is because he can't contend with a man in the first place. Like, he's not going to fight a man so quickly as he would to fight her. And so now his ego is going to be bruised, some even more, and he's going to take it out on her. So I think a lot of times people don't think about the movements, the emotional attachment, whatever she's going through for her self-esteem, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then they become very reactionary. There's nothing wrong with protecting in the
And
moment.
then I know, like, the feeling, I've heard, like, the feeling trapped too. You know how, like, once in this case, I know in some cases they living with the man. In other cases, it's like it's they place, but they can't kick the man out. You know what I mean? Or
Because
you
if
know
a
what I'm talking
person is
about.
living in your house, they're getting mail there, you'd have to go through a whole eviction process. In the meantime, you're being terrorized. Maybe your children are being terrorized. It seems like a very helpless and hopeless situation. And then it becomes like groups of people who maybe have tried to help in the past, and because you didn't
And
move
I've
the
heard
way.
embarrassment too. I know in some family instances, some people, like you said, if someone had tried to help in the past, then they may be embarrassed. Where it's like, okay, cool, I didn't already came Big Rig, and Big Rig came and regulated. You took the nigga back, so now you kind of embarrassed that the niggas did the same stuff. Or you may have called off your big cousin who would have pulled up, and you were like, nah, don't trip. And now, you know, the dude may be out of control, and now sometimes you're embarrassed, and people are so, you know, they hold so much pride that they don't even want to reach out to the family because they, you know, just of the they don't want to hear I told you so. Like
Right,
that does
and
hold a
this,
lot of people
yeah,
back.
humiliation and being psychologically fucked, right? Like, because this person's been mind fucking you all this time and got you really believing that they love you and whooping your ass. And love should not be you getting your ass whooped and hurt and disrespected and humiliated and cheated on and all the things in between. Because if he's doing that much, he definitely believes that you are property or something to that nature, something that's not to be valued, and he more than likely is cheating on your ass as well. So a culmination of things are happening, and don't let you have children with him. And then so like your children seeing that, they're fearful. Now they don't even have any protection because you can't protect them. They're probably being harassed by the fool too. And so that's why I'm saying people need to be very, when they deal with these type of situations or they see these type of situations go down, you got to do like my daddy told me. You move in the cool of the night, not in the heat of the day and under the cloak of darkness. There's such things as cold cases.
Hey, remember they had that movie growing up? I wasn't it called like The Burning House. Remember that movie?
Oh,
Have you heard
no.
about that
I
movie?
think I do. Kind of tell me what happened in that movie.
It was like an old school movie of some, I think it was called The Burning House or something like that. I remember my mom
Mm.
put me onto it. It was this white lady and a white family, and they were just in this, their her husband used to beat the crap out of her, and then one night she just a random night she gathered the kids, and while he was sleeping she set the whole house on fire. And then
That's one way to
I
do it.
think, yeah, and it was like I think it was a popular movie. It's like an old school Lifetime type
Melanated
movie.
and
Yeah.
Peach said the burning bed.
That was a
The
burning
Burning
bed.
Bed, that's what it's called. Yeah, shout
Shout
out to
out to
them. I
my
was like,
chat.
hey,
If you
shout out to
ever,
them. They be on it. I told y'all, like, I
Yeah.
be knowing my stuff. This is a
Peach
super
said it's
old
a
school
great
classic
movie.
movie. It really is a great movie. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all should watch that movie. My mom put me
Shout
on it.
out to
It's a
my
movie.
Peach.
Like, I didn't want to watch that movie, but like I had to because, like, you know, like we didn't always have like hella TV. Like now,
Right.
most
You
people
watch
they probably have a TV in
right,
every room.
right.
It was one
Mhm.
TV,
That's
so you
it.
had to watch whatever. So I'm like, I don't want to
Period,
watch this.
bro.
Then I watched it. I'm like, damn, this movie was good. Yeah. So
Yep.
she's like, y'all should still watch it. But anyways, like it shows, you know, how she was surviving as a mom and going through raising the kids, being abused, and then just one night she had enough, and she, you know, she set the house on fire and took away with the kids. I'm not sure if she got arrested. I think they did send her to trial, but I think she may have got acquitted. I can't remember, you know what I mean? But it was a good movie. Y'all should check that out.
Well, have
All
you
right.
ever talked to like the old schools? Some of the old schools I know have passed away, but they're a library of knowledge, and they will tell you, the sentences be so short, but they'll let you know if somebody got the community decide to come together and get rid of a motherfucker. Yeah, they gone, and they'll just look at you. They'll give you the stare. Oh, yeah, they gone. Because back then, though, I think we looked out for each other more as a community of people, right? And it was more sense of protection of children and a lot of different things. And so when certain things happen, whether it be somebody was a pedo or they were really super abusive to their wives or they were terrorizing the community in some type of way, people would just come up missing. Just missing. Nobody knew what happened to them. That
True.
type of stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm
Mhm.
saying in so many words.
Yeah, they had the Deacons of Defense, and that was against like white supremacists and against gangs too. So that
Mhm.
so it wasn't just, you know, on no gang stuff. And then gangs like the Crips and stuff, they were started to like protect the community, and of course they got infiltrated COINTELPRO, Iran Contra to turn into what it was. But yeah, people did actually stand up for each other more. But and I mentioned this on my stream a little bit earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
It went from it takes a village, right? In order for it to take a village, there has to actually be a village. But people have adopted certain mentalities like a dog eat dog world,
I
right?
caught you when
You've
you were
heard,
saying that. That was a
yeah,
good example.
bro. Once you hear that term, so then when you're walking past another dog eating another dog, well, it's a dog
Yeah.
eat dog world. You won't care. So
You
if a
don't
nigga's
care,
getting
bro.
pistol whipped, who cares, bro? A dog is pistol whipping another dog, right? You see drive-bys up, man. It's a dog eat dog world.
Desensitized, bro. Even
Yeah.
television, news, everything. You can see death now on TV when before you would not see it, bro.
Remember what Cameron? Niggas die every day, B. And it's funny, it's a ha kiki, it's a meme, but now that's what happens. People be like, damn, bro, somebody got smacked in San O. Hey, cool, bro. Hey, put this movie on. You know what I mean? Like you don't even, it's just like, let's go, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it wasn't like that. So that's from that dog eat dog mentality, because you don't care if dogs are eating dogs. You see your neighbor as a dog. You supposed and this is I always talk about the Bible thumpers. You're supposed to love thy neighbor, but you don't even know your neighbor. So how could you love thy neighbor?
Right.
You used to know. I live next to Mr. Smith. Mr. Johnson is over there. Mr. Fernandez is right over there. And then if you go a couple blocks down the street, that's Mr. Torres, Mr. John. You know all these people. You don't got to get along with them, but you know them. You're cordial enough to know that, cool, if something happened to my house, I ain't talked to Mr. Johnson in a year, but Mr. Johnson gonna call the cops. He ain't gonna let this happen to my house. But now people don't care. It's just wild,
Turn
bro.
that blind eye, bro. That blind eye is a cold one, bro.
What was
Blinders.
There's no sense
They
of
turn that
community.
blind eye. There's no
Oh
community.
yeah, no, that's cold, bro.
There's no
It's like you don't even exist.
Yep, there's no sense of community. But I do know if I felt, I just know whenever you do a thing, like when you're really gonna put something down, you go in the cool of the night, not in the heat of the day, and under the cloak of darkness. And it's better to do it by yourself. And if you do have to do it with multiples, you better make sure you pick the right multiples.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, because people do come up missing all the time. You know, shit, I don't know what you talking about. I don't know. I ain't seen them in forever. Who gonna say different?
Yeah, and I ain't got a problem with that either, to be honest with you.
Facts. Me neither. And also, I don't have a problem jumping out my car and wailing on white men. So, you know, that. Well, I don't have a lot of problems. Yeah, not at all. Mm-hmm. But they gonna wail a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know, they be wailing and hollering and then they get better. Life gets better. Children are happier. They get to rebuild. Shit happens.
Melanated said, not no more. That's 3.
Yeah, you know. I live.
Big Rig, did you see the bit that I did about latchkey kids and like declining birth rates and stuff? And do you know about
I caught it.
You know about the term latchkey kids, right? You were a
No.
latchkey kid, right?
What's a latchkey?
A latchkey kid means that when your mama and daddy was at work, you was at the house, you know, either by yourself with an older sibling.
Yes, definitely.
That's what a latchkey kid is.
Yeah,
it's like you that's the term that they coined, you know what I mean? You know, because like Sincere said, back in the community, it will be like, go to the house, you feel me? If you didn't have your key, you can lift under the mat, right? Or you lift under a plant and had a key, you go home. If you got a younger sibling, hey, Big Rig, you the older sibling, you know your little brother love grilled cheese. Make him a grilled cheese sandwich and we gonna be home from work at 5 p.m. Your dad worked late, so he you know what I mean? That's what a latchkey kid was. Some kids
Okay.
loved it. It's like, cool. Parents ain't gonna be home. All I gotta do is make my little brother some oatmeal and
Yeah,
all this stuff.
I definitely lived that for sure.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that was horrible parenting. Now, some people were doing it
You can't
because
do that
maybe they
today.
were. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of like how, your video was playing, right? A lot of
Right.
people think that was highly irresponsible, but and I will acknowledge it to some extent. You know what I mean? Because just like all of those chemicals, you weren't supposed to be playing with all of that stuff and inhaling it, right? Like, because let's say you was a kid, right, and then you want to whip up some stuff, right? Your mom told you make something that you know how to make a grilled cheese, but you like, man, mom's ain't here for. I'm finna try to grill a steak. You know what I mean?
Right.
Some kids might
Well,
try
you
to
might
push
get your
the.
ass whooped. You might get your
That's
ass
what.
whooped if you eat that steak.
Yeah. But as a kid
No.
without supervision, some would push the boundaries. That's the risk
Oh,
you take.
nowadays too? Nowadays?
Yeah.
I mean, a kid gonna take a whole mile in city, nigga. You can't, man, kids now, that's what I'm saying. You couldn't do none of that now, bro. Like if you set up a
At
certain
all.
rules or anything, they gonna go against everything,
Bro, now
Especially
a lot
if
of
the house ain't gonna be clean. They gonna be on video games, telephone. They're ready to accept the consequences, bro. It's crazy, my nigga.
It's
Because they know
crazy.
you'll be on the next day too. So really, what is the consequences, bro? You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm saying.
But
And
you
then
gonna
hold
stay
on.
home from work. You know what I
They
mean?
gonna tell you
Right.
go to your room. Go to your room where now, bro. I remember one dude was like, man, I got grounded. I went in a room, 42-inch flat screen, PS5.
Everything.
You're grounded with a PS5. Like, come on, bro. This is like,
Lights and shit going on in that thing, bro. Your shit lit, bro. You can do a podcast in that motherfucker.
but he's grounded though. I'm like, come on.
Crazy. You better take all that shit up out of there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, grounded means, go in there, no TV, we unplug, bro. No, what they would do is like if there's a video game, you leave the video game, but you take the cord. So it's no power cord. You just got to look at it. Or some will just take that whole game console, but these kids don't even have a concept of that. But a lot of the stuff that was, considered toxic parenting for us, that's why I said a lot of it did make us a bit more solidified, because as much as people saying, oh, that was bad parenting, but you coddling and babying your kid is good parenting. Like how does that make sense? You treating your kid like a little baby. Oh, my little baby, my little boo-boo. Is like, no, bro, that's a grown, you know what I mean? A young grown man, right? You know what I mean? A young lady, but you're treating, her like just this little dainty little Victorian chick. Is like, come on, bro. Like, so people be babying those kids. So with us, man, our parents, a lot of our parents was to kind of throw their baby in the pool and kind of see if they can swim. You know what I mean? Oh, he can't swim. All right, here, I guess I'll go save him. Oh, look, he can swim. See, that's why I threw him in the pool. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
I definitely think like the newer generation of children and stuff are very they're fragile. They're very fragile. And even like, I noticed like even with the people on YouTube and stuff, most of them act very fragile. And I wonder about them. Like, did you go through any kind of hard knocks, or did you do any kind of sink and swim, as you would say, or was there any kind of structure or lack of, like, what is it, or lack of structure when it comes to, well, I guess it's structure when it comes to latchkey kids, but it was just they had to be more responsible. So you have that
But hold on, there was structure with the latchkey kids, right? Like that's the thing. But peep this, not
It
only
actually
did they
was a
have
lot
structure
in a way because it was responsibility.
Yeah, they had to be
Bruh,
responsible.
Big Rig,
Yeah.
that was the word I was about to use. They had more responsibility. If you really think about what teenagers, what responsibility do they have now? Bro, we used to have to walk to school.
Yeah.
Walk to school or ride your bike. Now these kids getting dropped off in Teslas, and some of these kids at the
call an
earliest age
Uber?
they
Can I call a
driving.
Lyft? Like what, bro?
Yeah, it's like, come on, bro. Your kid got the sickest bike. Have him ride bike. He like, I'm tired. It's like, bro, the kid is 14. Like,
They're
have
not
him.
even really riding bikes no more, like, because
They don't.
they have e-bikes, and the e-bike you could just decide when you want to pedal.
But you know what's
Yeah,
crazy about that S3?
that's
Is these
wild.
kids, this is what's fucked up. Is these kids, right? They get into these e-bikes, like you just said, right? They get into these e-bikes, and some of these e-bikes S3 is almost $2,000 to $3,000 for a good model.
Yeah.
Why don't you get a fucking car?
Facts.
Get a car. And that's what they be on, and that's what I be telling my son, because my son, all the kids at the high school, they got cars, but a lot of them, they on the e-bikes. He's in a hell of a dope ass area, so these motherfuckers got it all, right?
Yeah.
And I told him, I was like, son, don't get caught up in that e-bike shit, man. You about to get your permit, bro. Fuck that. We're gonna get you into a car. You know what I'm saying? Why would you worried about an e-bike that's $2,000 to $3,000, a certain model that you like and whatever, when we can get you a fucking car for that price?
But I mean, the e-bikes are kind of equivalent to the scooters and the mopeds, right?
Well,
Where
some of them are pretty badass. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
Nah, they got some beastie ones. I ain't
yeah,
gonna lie.
they're
My
pretty
boy, he stopped
badass.
driving. Like, and actually, I would recommend people get one, especially if you don't really live close. Because my boy, he only works like a couple miles from his job, so he barely drives. Like, if he goes out
Nigga,
on
you
a
can take
weekend
an
to turn
e-bike
up,
downtown, bro, from
bruh, and you get hella
the
miles. You can
west
get like
side,
100
right?
miles off
That's a
like
fact.
one charge. And
That's
now
a
gas
fact.
is stinging. The
That's
cheap
a fact.
Chevron by me, the cheap Chevron is like 640.
Well, nigga, you said Chevron. Man, that's a gas station I
Chevron
never
is
pull
good.
up in.
I mean, but you know, Chevron is good gas.
That's the
Chevron and
best, but I don't
Shell.
pull up
That's
in
the
there.
best, but you know what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
pull up
Some
in
cats could only get the
Chevron,
best.
Shell. I don't pull up in them, man.
Nigga,
But
you
come
can't
on,
even go to the. You
I
cannot
don't.
go to the Valero. The Valero's competing with Chevron. Like you can't go to the little side ones. Like
where you be going, Big Red?
I do like the little other ones, bro. Like I fuck with Arcos. I fuck with
Okay, yeah,
Valero.
AMPM,
I
the
fuck
ones.
with yeah.
Arco has one of the cheapest Arco.
Safeway. I don't know. Do you have a Safeway out there?
Yep. I
Yeah,
fuck with them. They got
Sa-
one right there in Pleasanton when I'm
you
passing
gotta
through
get
like
your
Livermore and
Safeway
shit.
card. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's the best one
Well,
to go.
you
Especially,
can use them without the card and they still kind of play it.
Oh,
The
really?
one
yeah,
that's fuck yeah, but Costco they don't play. I was on my way going to South 99 and there's a nice little gas station and it was a Costco one. I was like, man, I tore up in there and they wasn't taking my card for shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And you got to have a Costco card to get their gas. It didn't take regular ATMs.
Yeah, you have
yeah.
to be
No,
a
they
club
won't
member
take it at all.
when
But
And
it
they
comes
shit was
to
like
Safeway.
them.
20 cents cheaper than anybody. I was like,
Oh
damn.
yeah, no. Costco is always going to be cheaper. Then after that is Safeway, and then with
No, and
Safeway, it,
don't forget Sam's Club.
yeah,
Where's Sam's
Sam's
Club
Club.
at?
The Sam's Clubs out here don't have a gas station though. Not all of the Sam's
I
Clubs have
never
gas
seen a
stations.
Sam's Club.
You never
I've
seen a
seen a
Sam's
Sam's
Club?
Club, but not with a gas
Nah,
station.
They
I
got
Sam's
didn't even know
Club,
we had them.
Sam's
Sam's
Club.
Clubs and Costco's have gas stations just like the Safeways.
Oh well, the one out here don't have the one near me. I don't think it have one.
I never heard of a Sam's Club out
No.
here in the Bay.
Yeah, not every Sam's Club have a thing, but it's just like
Not
every
every Sam's
Safeway.
Club is the same.
Not every Safeway
Well,
has a gas station
do
either.
all the Costco's have gas stations?
No,
Because I don't think
No,
all the Costco's have
no,
gas stations either.
no, they
Because
don't.
I've seen some without gas stations. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I do know, like gas is like $6.50 a gallon or something like that, 6.40 something. You know,
yeah, that's
it's kind of
crazy.
high.
Yeah, last I paid was $5.65.
Where'd you get that from? $5.65 a gallon.
Arco.
Oh yeah, Arco. Yeah, Arco's doing it.
Yeah, because
That'll be
Chevron
like,
they hitting $6 and shit easy where I'm at.
yeah,
Some of them is like $6.35.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah,
I
that shit's
mean,
ugly.
what are you saying? $6.35 on premium or
Nah, that's
regular?
regular.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
So if y'all putting in that extra shit, man, I feel sorry for y'all, man.
You say, hey, you gotta put
Shout
new
out.
gas in your car.
But my shit don't call for nothing crazy. My shit cool. It don't call for none of that. My shit run. I clean my throttle body out. I learned how to do all that shit on there because I didn't really know too much about the newer car. Damn,
And
RS,
they told me
I just
to
looked at the thing and seen that you was live. How the hell you?
say what happened?
I see RS in the chat, but I just kind of looked on the thing, community, and I see RS is live.
Oh, okay.
Talking about I got a
She
headache,
was
man. You
live
better take some
earlier.
leaves.
Huh?
Oh well, maybe it's just showing me she's live. I told her she better take some leaves.
She was live earlier.
Oh, then that's what it is, and maybe it was from earlier.
If you
So I'm like, how
refresh
the
it,
hell?
she might have been live again. Ain't no telling. Shoot, these fools been out here just acting. Well, I'm not talking about Room Shaker, but I'm just saying in general, they've been out here acting a fool because I had peeped in for a half second over there at Lemons, and I seen Room Shaker. Her and Rico was going into it, coming off the cuffs of him had left. He was on her channel for a second. Like it's been a number of situations and stuff, but I haven't really been keeping up with the that particular sector or nothing. And I've been gone, so I've been in and out. I've been kind of like over in different sectors, seeing what it pops off over there, and so something
And
different.
shout out to Hood Table, man. I'm looking at this mug she did, y'all. This shit is hard as fuck. I hope when we come back, y'all slide through, man, because I think she gonna be giving this shit away, bro. I'm finna buy one off her though, because I need one of these joints just on GP, man. Just how I got my shit behind me.
Well,
You know what
the
I'm
Hood
saying?
Table was live earlier. She was live like the same time you were live.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but she was in the chat earlier. But she tagged me, and I'm looking at this her short, man, and this fucking coffee cup she did is dope, man. Shout out to Hood
Yeah,
Table.
she's very talented with the
Yeah, hell
cakes
yeah,
and
she doing her
everything.
shit, man. I'm gonna need a throw towel and all that shit. Cause it's gonna be summertime, so when I'm out there, whatnot, you know what I mean? I can go ahead and have my little throw towel, man. Like, what is that? Oh, you know what I'm saying? That's the that's the
Yeah, she's doing her
podcast.
series on Nature Boy, the Nature Boy documentary. Has
Yeah,
anybody
I
else
ain't really
watched
checked
it?
that dude out or nothing. I don't think I really want to, S3, to be honest with you, man.
What
I've
to watch?
heard it. Yeah,
Some
I don't
weirdo
really.
tether
Yeah, I
niggas.
don't care for that shit. I remember when he was doing this thing, man, because like I used to, watch Sonetter, and I used to be in Sonetter's chat, man. But BRS, did you speak on the Chud dude? Yeah, spoke on it real quick. Melanated, man. That nigga is a fucking. Oh man, I don't like that dude. I don't even like his fucking mustache, melanated. That's how much I don't like that motherfucker.
Hey, even Waka Flocka called dude out. Waka Flocka was like, bro, you corny. He was like, why you ain't going? And that's what I always saying, like, bro, they know where niggas be active at. They always
Yeah, they
complaining
won't. He
about it.
won't. He won't. He won't, bro. He's a scary Jerry for real, bro. He will not do it.
We
He
talking
won't.
about the dude that's walking up calling black
People
folks.
niggers and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and then but he's also armed as well as three. So like when some
Yeah.
dude tries to attack him, he'll like bear spray them, and then he's wanting people to hit him so he can shoot them and say that he feared for his life. And look at these black people chimping out because
Come
the
on, dog.
places
I
that he's
can't
doing it
stand
in
that word,
Tennessee.
bro.
Yeah, the place he's doing it is Tennessee. Like they're letting this stuff go on. Because if they was doing it, if he was doing this about Jewish people, if he was doing this about undocumented immigrants, Asians, this would be a hate crime. Because he's doing about black people, and then they start talking about, oh well, rap music. This shit has nothing to do with rap
It's
music, right?
crazy, bro. They don't care, and that's another thing. Be like when these type of things happen, and it's like kind of when you say certain shit, and it just triggered me how you was talking about why can't we say certain things? We got these motherfuckers can say anything they want about blacks, bro. It just they really don't give a fuck, bro. They let us know damn near every chance they get. And I'm not trying to put
Every
this
day.
on everybody, bro, because I'm not gonna do that. But just with the powers that be and just period, bro, that's what it is, y'all. It's not like we just say these things and it's make believe or nothing. This shit is real, bro. It's real. And when you just see it, I don't know how, like, to be honest, bro, even if I wasn't black, bro, and I'd see what I see and everything, I wouldn't be the type to be like, oh man, the motherfuckers is just complaining or woofing. I would really understand, like,
Yeah.
man, bro, I see that shit. Like, I'm just keeping it 100, bro. And it just
But
really
that's all
sucks.
we
And
know
then
how to do, bruh.
but yet they love everything that we do, bro.
They say he got arrested. They say
our
he got
mannerisms
arrested.
and everything. Yeah, they're saying all kind of shit right now about the guy. To be honest with you, S3, I haven't seen anything like
I haven't
up on him since
confirmed
yesterday.
anything. Yeah.
But they are saying like some shit like that, like it's all over from. I know he got kicked off a couple of
Yeah, he
streaming
did
apps.
get. The only thing I confirmed is that some platforms have kicked him off.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
know
about
that.
the arrest.
But they're saying he's going through it right now, but as he should, man.
Yeah.
Because even the people that they say are kind of like on the same kind of hype as him, they're like, bro, we ain't with you, bro. Like anything that
Yeah,
happens to you,
I
you
seen
deserve.
that. I just
Yeah,
seen
bro.
one of my videos where even the rate where they like, look, bro, we ain't on
Yeah,
this
yeah,
because
bro.
some people
They're
they pushing that
denouncing
white.
him.
Yeah, some people they pushing like the white separatism where they just like, hey, we want to be segregated, but they ain't on like in the in bombing black people and stuff. Like a lot of them, they kind
Absolutely,
of
bro.
agree with them, but they're just more sanitized. So some people
Yeah,
like, nah,
we
bro,
know.
you
Come
making us
on,
look bad.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro. Like you trying to go out there like you king fucking race guy or some shit. I don't know. Fucking cartoon character. You have this funny mustache. You trying to fucking antagonize and get people like, come on, bro. It's childish. You're a grown ass man.
I don't think racism is like caring if you're grown or not. The whole point is ignorance. Nah, ignorance is ignorance, no matter what age.
No, that's a definite fact, but it looks even worse though, S3, when you're an older person, bro, and you ain't grown. Like even when you're younger, you do certain things, you grow out of it. You get some type of understanding, maybe some different people, maybe something in life, something. But some things can change, right? I'm a firm
Right.
believer in that. But I mean, if you just stick with that type of shit and those type of crowds and those type of values and shit, I mean, you're just a piece, bro. Because I mean, there's nothing good in that. I'm not fucking racist in no way. I don't have a problem with nobody. You know what I'm saying? And I know what the fuck people go through and all kind of shit and what motherfuckers be thinking and saying and woofing. It's like Beasley said, we kind of used to it, bro. It's like, come on, man. It ain't
Well,
nothing
we're from
new.
California. California is one of the most racist states in the United States and the United Plantations of America. Yeah, damn near like 6 headquarters for the KKK.
they have a lot of sundown towns too.
Yeah,
And
you know
people
what I'm
don't know
saying?
about it. It's like, yeah, but you've never been there, so you would never know about it. And there's a reason why you never know about it. You know what I mean? Because the sundown town.
Facts. I mean,
And this is things that people used to be proud
I
of, but
think
now,
Oroville would probably pass as one, bro, to be honest with you.
have you ever heard of Placerville?
I just passed the Placerville, bro.
Did you know Placerville used to be called Hangtown?
I wouldn't doubt it, bro. I don't like Placerville. I don't really like certain parts of Auburn area, bro. I feel discomfort just even getting gas or anything around.
You
them
feel
areas,
discomfort
bro.
in Auburn?
Coming like out of Auburn, like if you're still pushing, 80.
Uh-huh.
Because what's after Auburn?
Well, what's after Auburn when you
Would
go
be
up?
like
Turlock
You're
or
going
something like that?
no, that's
no.
a whole different way. That's
I'm
99
trying to
Turlocks and
think
shit.
what's going
But
after
a
Auburn.
little bit
Like you
after
start
Auburn,
going towards like Lincoln and all that, like going towards the back end
you're
of
going
Nevada.
you're going
Roseville?
like no, Roseville's before Auburn. But
Oh, okay.
like the ending of Auburn and shit, because I used to have a boy out there because he used to do his thing, and I used to go out there and visit him. And I just didn't like it. Just pulling off into those areas, you know what I'm saying? It's as you're going up, you're starting to go up on the 80, you're starting to go up. And it's like when you just see the environment, man, you see the cats with the trucks and shit, it kind of looks hillbilly-ish. You feel me? You're not gonna see none of your color out there. You know what I mean? And it's just, you feel it, bro. You feel it. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get pulled over or nothing. You kind of just want to get your gas or whatever and get the fuck up out of
Hey,
there.
that's why I tell cats, bro, you better do the limit. It ain't no moment to high side, because all they got to do, they just looking for anything probable cause. They'll already make up probable cause. So if you
Even
give
near
them
Marysville
anything,
and Brownsville, same thing. It's
bro, they
like
yanked me. Have you ever been in a place called Ileton? Have you ever heard
no,
of that place?
I think I've
Yeah,
heard of
That's what I'm
I heard
saying.
of Ileton.
I think I've
Bro,
heard of it.
nobody's heard of it, bro. They pulled me over there, mania out there, bro, and just like hemmed me up. It was like the House of Wax. It had some buildings, bro. Nobody was out. Like there was a hotel, nobody was in there. Like no one at the desk. Like
You was
it
on
just
one of
was a
them back roads, like a 12 or
No,
24
yeah,
that's because
or
bro.
something.
That's what it
he
was.
was on the 60. He was on the 60. That's how you get through Ileton, because that's the
Oh,
back way.
60. That's damn near like
Yeah,
that's
because
okay.
you
Because the 58 is by the 62.
Yeah, I was on a
you
back
take that
road, bro.
on the
He
back road.
followed me all the way
When
Okay.
to the camp.
you was trying to go into the back. You was trying to go to Sacramento.
Sacramento. I was just gonna
Mhm.
say that. That's where I was going to Sacramento. And then because he followed me for a long time and then waited until I passed through Ileton to get jurisdiction and then
Mhm.
yanked me. And then peep this. It was a black cop and bro, bruh, I ain't
It was a
no
black
joke.
cop?
He was like the dude on Boys in the Hood. But have you ever seen
I don't
Don't Be
like
a
my gums because they black.
yeah, I hate black pepper. I hate the back of Forrest Whitaker's neck.
Yeah.
Bruh, bruh, I'm not even joking. I'm trying to make light out of it now. Jammed me up. The dude was in there like, bruh. He was like, oh, I smell weed in the car. He was talking about
Wow.
how bruh. So he's trying to pat me down. He was like, where's it at? I was like, bro, I don't even got nothing, bro. And I literally had like bro, it was less than an ounce, bro. Maybe like a quarter or something,
That's
bro. Like
right.
7 grams. It was like 7 grams or something, bro. So
That's
come on,
right.
bro. Bro, anything under than an ounce is a ticket, bro. So I just 7 grams.
Bust
It was
the bitch
probably a little bit
out.
more than that. Yeah, bro. I hit that in my nuts, bro. So I'm like, bro, I don't got nothing on me, bro. This dude is like trying to pull my
This
pants
nigga went
down,
old school and put it in.
bro. That's old school, right?
You went
Hey,
old school. Hey, that's the first
bro.
one, right?
Bro, I went old school, put it in the nuts, and then strap the belt up hella tight. I'm like, I don't
Right.
got nothing on me. And he's like, I know you fucking have something. Like, bro, the black dude,
Oh
bro, going
shit.
crazy on me. I'm like, I don't got shit. He's trying to get me to strip, and then he's trying to like unbuckle my. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, bruh, they try to like physically assault you and shit, bro. They'll grab
Yeah.
like your nuts and do all sorts of shit. And then if you don't try to let them like grab you, bruh, they say
Yeah,
that
I
shit
like
is
where you be thinking they
resistant.
be on that. They be kind of like, they be yag and frustrated. You see what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like they can't, they can't do how they really want to do, and so they getting they cop they feels and stuff and putting all their aggression out on you and
I'm a
just
man and I
acting
couldn't go
just
through
real
certain
weird.
things how them cops be acting when they pull motherfuckers over, just to be honest. Like just
No,
being a man,
you can tell something. You can tell something is
I
wrong with
couldn't
him.
do it.
Yeah, because the way dude was acting, and peep this, when they're doing this, the dude had me cuffed.
Right.
So they try to hella violate you and shit when they
Yeah,
cuff you,
bro. Come
bro.
on, bro. It's almost like a dominant thing. Like, I don't know, bro.
No, it's a pervert thing. It's an
For
SA
sure.
thing.
That's why I said that, but
It's
I
a
didn't even want to
pent
get
up
into that.
aggression thing. You know what
I
I
don't
mean?
want
Like,
motherfuckers to think I'm on one. So I just was like,
Hey, you know what? And you know what? I'm gonna do another story because Big Rig, I always like to talk about how niggas be saying that Paul shit, bro. There was hella stories down south. I think it was like Mississippi or something like that, where a bunch of those cops, this is what they do, bro. They handcuff niggas and then they like be violating niggas and shit. And then niggas be thinking it's hella funny and shit on some Paul shit. And then nobody wants to go and press charges for niggas getting violated like that.
it's
Some of them niggas,
sexually assaulted. SA, that's what it is. Point blank, period. That they, these weirdos is sexually assaulting folks, and handcuffed them and start filling them up, touching them on private parts,
correct.
violating and stuff, and saying all kinds of weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? What is that? It's an assault.
It is, but like, you know, like you supposed to be masculine, man. You can't tell about that, and then people are embarrassed, kind of like how you were talking about earlier with some of the women and their abuse,
Mhm.
right? People are humiliated. That's not something that you tell your bro, right? Especially if a
Yeah.
bunch of if you a nigga that go to jail, you gonna be around other niggas that go to jails and shit. What? You ain't
Yeah.
gonna tell your niggas that you went through something like that, but it don't mean that you didn't go through that.
Shit, damn near all the Negroes in California went through that and across the lands, you know? Just about all of them. It's like a handful out of say like 100%, just say 100%. I will give 10% never suffered that type of mess, and that's being nice. I want to make it smaller, 5%, you know? Because they be out here like, I never went to jail. I never been arrested. I'm an upstanding citizen. And to the upstanding citizen ass be just going around their merry way, and then they get assaulted out of nowhere for no reason, just for being black. It could happen to your good upstanding ass as well. It is just
Correct.
what it is, you know, and to act like these things are not happening or haven't happened, and just because it didn't happen to you, that you should be remiss of it and just blind to it, it's just ridiculous. Like, are you crazy? Are you
And
crazy?
some of this stuff is not too long ago. It was like a couple years ago. I can't remember the exact place, but anyone could look it up. There was these black dudes, because they had white girlfriends, the cops pulled them over. Not only did they sodomize them with dildos, they waterboarded them with milk, and they shot even one of the dudes in the mouth. And then they were
Wow.
still trying to say it was self-defense. Yeah, this was like a huge story. And the dude survived. He got shot in the face. And they sodomized those dudes with dildos.
Wow. And what kind of mentality do you have to want to do that to another person? Like, it never crosses my mind to want to handcuff somebody, sodomize them, waterboard them, or any of the things just because I don't like their choice or pick of partner, you know, like who they chose to be walking this earth with. Like, are you crazy? What does that have to do with all the tea in China? And why are you so pressed by it? Like, do you want the girl or something? You can't tell
No,
me.
no. They were older police officers. It's kind of like how you said how you were dealing with that W person today, where
Yeah,
how they felt like privilege. They
yeah,
felt the privilege that these black dudes shouldn't be with white girls. And that's really
yeah.
all it was. They weren't abusing the girls. The girls wanted the BBC, and then they were saying no. And so they violated them. The dildos is disgusting enough, but then the waterboarding and shooting them in the face.
But this is the thing, what I'm saying though, is that people hide behind these terms, right? Okay, so on the face or the front of it, we'll say, oh, these dudes is racist. But no, they're not racist. They are, right? But that is what the surface thing is. The underline or the real truth is that they're perverts, right? They're perverts who have been able to walk in this earth, right, and obtain good jobs and stuff like that. So what do you do when somebody is a serial whatever, right? So if you think about serial killers and perverts and stuff, pedals and everything, they always have decent jobs, ones where they can exercise some kind of authority,
Give me a quick
not be
second,
checked
y'all.
too much, you know, all those type of things. They hide under that veil. And then they hide behind these other terms that most people who won't think deeper, they'll just be, oh, that dude is racist. Well, that's something you could say, yeah, true. And more than likely it could be true, but then it could also be a lie. It could be what they're hiding behind to hide and mask what really they are. They are serial, iller, or a serial pedophile, or a serial assaulter, or
And
something.
now they can weaponize that racist term too, because they got the lunatic liberals where they call everything racist. And it's
Right.
a lot of racist stuff. But then it turns into the boy that cries wolf when there's a very dangerous, ferocious wolf. But you're like, man, whatever. You said everything is a wolf. So now, like you said, if they're using everything is racist, then
Yeah.
they can go under the banner, and this is what they all do. Oh, you sound like a liberal. You sound like a Democrat. So that's supposed to deflect from the point that they may be a serial iller. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
serial kind of weird, whatever weirdo. So like, remember when the FBI, when they first started their whole thing where they were studying serial killers and all that stuff, those people, right? The most dangerous of people, right? And what they found out is that they went with the labels of the day, right? Whatever the term was, because they could hide under that. So they would be less assuming. So yeah, they might be around a whole bunch of people who are racist, but they themselves weren't actually racist. They were just some other kind of perversion, right? And it made it easier for them to have access. So they would just go along with the situation because they had another nefarious situation they were doing. You know what I mean? So you can, right? You can be like, say you can join some kind of group, an anti-black group or anti-whatever group. You can say all the rhetoric and stuff like that, but you're just saying these things because truthfully, as a psychopath or a sociopath, you're not connected in that manner. Mentally, they're not connected in that manner. They're there for one specific thing. This group allows them to have easy access to what they really want to do, which is ill some people, you know what I mean? Or sodomize some people. They'll hide behind all kinds of stuff. They'll hide behind jobs. Look
And
at how
especially when it comes to anti-blackness, guess what group you would get away with? If they did that sodomizing stuff to a Jewish person, an Asian person, they wouldn't have got away with it. They did it with a black person and they almost got away with it. But you know, I think they were punished, but a lot of times they don't really get punished. They just be getting relocated
they get
to another
relocated,
state.
they don't get
Yeah.
punished. And look at how many of them became doctors and stuff, right? Because somebody's a sociopath or a psychopath doesn't
Which
mean
is
they're
why
not.
the black women maternal rate, it don't
Yeah,
make no dang on sense why that many black women is passing away. We got all the tech. You mean to tell me some chicks in Guatemala have a better chance of giving their baby than a black woman in a first world country? You can't tell me that's not socially engineered. Oh, we just can't help them. You know what I mean?
no,
So
there
they
is a whole bunch of sociopaths who have found them a playground where they won't get in trouble and they can do all the things that come to their imaginations right there.
eugenics. And then remember, they were saying this too. They say black people, you know, we're savage beasts, so we're more, we have a higher threshold for pain. So that's why when they were saying, oh, that's why they say to all black people, but black women specifically, when they giving birth and stuff, oh no, they be saying they don't be giving them, you know, the drugs and all of the other stuff that they give to the black other women because they saying you black. It's like suck it up, buttercup.
Because it's
So
all
it's
for them,
all
is
sorts of mistreatment.
all of them for them is an experiment, right? For them it's like, okay, I get to watch you suffer, cut on you, you know, do some things without you even knowing, smile in your face, tell you something that ain't true, and you're going to trust me. So I got your trust, right? I have your trust, and you are just a lamb to the slaughter. They hide behind those type of jobs.
Yes.
Policemen, doctors,
Fire
teachers.
people. The fire they said even with the fire people, if like let's say it's a black neighborhood, right? They know that they can get there quicker, but they like, oh, what's the neighborhood? All right, yeah, we'll get there when we get there. But if it was a more affluent neighborhood, there you like, God damn, the fire department is quick. Yeah, because look what neighborhood it is. You know what I mean? So it's all sorts of things. Like I said, it's systemically entrenched, you know, where people try to pretend, oh no, it's over. It's just because if not, just because somebody may not be, I'm sure many of those doctors, I'm sure they ain't calling those black women niggers, right? I always talk about polite supremacy. They might be looking at them and smiling on them while they're experimenting on them. They may be smiling while they know that they have a eugenics mindset.
Look how diabolical it is that you don't have to go out to hunt for your prey. Your prey is coming to you. Like, look how diabolical that really is when you think about it. Where your subject, you don't have to go find this up. The subject's coming to you. And now you could do all the things you want to do without anybody checking you about it. You don't have to have fear of anything. You don't have to go look for a quiet place or none of that kind of stuff. And now you can experiment in many ways with chemicals, medicines, open up bodies, take things out, put things in, watch, not fix a thing and see how long it takes for a person to bleed out. And what the hospital or whatever is going to back you. They have insurances, right? And protections for you. You're protected, and this is your playground. You can be the psychopath that you want to be without any recourse. Like they did a whole
And
entire
sincere,
movie
this is
about.
where they put into your socioeconomic background as well. While you, like you said, the hospital is going to back them, then they going to say, oh, this person has a master's degree and they graduated from Harvard. And this
Mhm.
lady, well, she's just a black single mom. Why would we believe her? But her being a single mom, or her, coming from a poor back, what does that have to do with her delivering a baby? So then it turns into a judgmental case. And this is why they always demonize us. What about black on black crime and baby mama and bonnets and stuff? So it makes it easier for society to accept the mistreatment, right? Oh yeah, they just did it to
They're
a
not
black
even
person.
hiding anymore, because even look at like our government. All the pedos is coming out. All the sexual deviants are coming out. They all are showing themselves now. And look what kind of look at look at their position in government. You see what I'm saying? Look at their position in government.
Like you
You have
said, always in a position of power, a position of
mhm.
influence, a position of legislation. Did you see one of the persons? His name was Eric Swalwell. He was running for California governor. He was a good old nice boy. I think he's actually from Dublin, California, right? And he
Now
had
he's
to
from
drop out.
Dublin.
Yeah, he's from Dublin, and he had to drop out because a bunch of chicks came out and said, there were sexual allegations, saying that they were in the room with them, and then they woke up with their orifices sore. Like, did he beat the guts? What? They're just saying, well, we don't know what happened, And then so he had to drop out. But all I'm saying is, like, there's a bunch of these politicians, all these people, they talk about conservative values and stuff. Most of those conservative white men who have whites, I ain't gonna say most of them, let me just say a significant amount of them have been reported to like to fondle with little boys' booty holes. So
Mm-mm.
I'm not saying, or let me rephrase this, right? Young men's booty holes. I ain't gonna say that that the people were underage, but they do like getting these young teenage boys. Like, they talk about it all the time. And this was a gay dude saying this, Milo Yiannopoulos. He talking about Nick Fuentes. He said Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has a video where he's with some little cat boy, where it's some effeminate dude who likes to dress up as like a cat with whiskers and stuff like that. There's a video on the internet right now, Nick Fuentes. So it's a bunch of these conservative dudes who many of them have wives, like Benny Johnson, but a lot of them, it's reported that they like to get railed from behind and play with other dudes' booty holes and stuff. So how is that
That's what I'm
conservative,
saying.
right?
They be repressed and they be hiding behind these labels, right? So it's easy for somebody to say somebody is racist, and that's somewhat acceptable because this nation was raised and built on racism, right? So you could just, that's just something you could throw out and people be like, oh, they're racist, and you'll be a little flack. But if you were to say this person is a sociopath or a psychopath who has been doing X, Y, and Z to multiple peoples, that is a different conversation in of itself, right? And so I'm
And then peep
saying,
this, sincere. Then you have to get into the deeper stuff, what they always ask about us, which is why I always say it. Who raised them and whose
who
culture is
raised
that?
them?
Those two questions. See, they don't mind doing that, right? When they look at George Floyd, they love to say, "Oh, look, see, that's just black culture. He was a fentanyl head, blah blah blah." They love to talk about Trayvon Martin. Look at Diddy, that's black culture. Look at Kanye, black culture. But then when you look at Epstein, they don't want to say whose culture is that. They don't want to say who raised Epstein. When they look at the school shootings, they want to say whose culture that is. They don't want to say who raised these people. That's why you have to be emphasizing, nah, I just want to know whose culture is that, right? Who raised this dude, Chud the Builder, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it just, when I think about Nick Fuentes, you know what I'm saying? The other day, now, have you ever really just seen a hardcore racist just totally just like almost side with a black person? Like that's very rare, right? Usually they're trying to
Unless there's
separate.
a hidden agenda
Yeah,
involved. Yeah.
okay. And so you will see them either trying to separate from your ass or that's fuck, that's what in gets and all that kind of stuff, right? But look at Nick Fuentes. The other day I watched this fool. I went and watched his live. He was talking about Candace and he was so upset about Ben Shapiro. He doesn't like Ben Shapiro so much to the point where that he was damn near sucking farts out of Candace's ass. And I'm thinking, dude, you don't like black people. Why
And
would
he had already crapped on Candace Owens, and then there's this bimbo named Laura Loomer who she called
Oh my God,
Candace a
she's a
ghetto.
whack job. She is a
Yeah,
whack
she called
job.
Candace a ghetto black bitch. So
Yeah, she called her a nap. She
oh
called her
yeah, a
a
nappy
nappy
headed
headed
ghetto
bitch.
black. And yeah, she called her a nappy headed ghetto black bitch. But these are the
See, I'm
same
like,
people that say
damn.
don't make it about race, and then as soon as they get into some shit, they make it about race.
This is what I'm saying, but did it make sense for Nick Fuentes because he is bent out of shape about Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, right? To even side with Candace remotely when his whole propaganda and his whole speech has been anti-black. Like that's why I lightweight think about him hiding. He's hiding behind the racist, like it's a grift. You see what I'm saying? He's just hiding behind that title and what he can get from the grift and the ignorant people who buy into that type of thought process, right? It's a money grab, but at the same time, he's sick himself. He is sick. He's he's suppressing feelings, right? He's yag and he won't admit it. And then,
Yes.
he's suppressing that and he's doing all these other things. And I think he's somewhat of a sociopath and he might be fucking killing animals somewhere. You know what I mean? We just don't know it. But whatever it is.
Oh, and it's funny that you said he's a yag, right? Because he said having sex with your wife is yagged behavior.
Why would that be? Like, why would that be?
That's
Why
what
would
he said. Like, I covered it on my show, but now that you think about it, he went on a whole rant and was saying, like, how is it so good? Like he's saying, like he's a free man, and the dudes got to go home and pretend they're all happy with their wives and all this other stuff. And he said, people want to call me gay. You know what is gay? Smashing your wife, that's gay. And he went on a rant about that, trying to do some reverse psychology, saying people with wives and smashing your wife is gay.
He's just weird. And if one day it's gonna come out that he's done some other real sick stuff. Like he can't keep the dialogue straight for what he's put up forefront, right? Like it's the forefront, it's the poster boy, whatever. The poster boy is I'm pro-white and I'm anti-black and we need this. That's the grift.
And many of the pro whites are like, bro, you're Mexican. Like the dude is Mexican and / Italian. So some people are like, bro, are you really truly white like us? You know what I mean? So that's another grift too, because he had said something that was kind of pro immigration. And many on the right, they were like, hell, like, bro, we want to get the illegals out. And then he said something that was kind of pro immigrant. And then people were like, oh, hell no, this is Mexican side coming out. So it's like, so it goes back and forth. Like some of his followers were calling him gay because they're like, bro, where are the chicks, bro? You trying to give young men advice, but you ain't with no chicks. So then that's when he start calling them gay for having their wives and stuff. Then he starts saying F all of his followers because they were, because they were saying, bro, why are you caping for immigrants and stuff now? You know what I mean? So like you said, I think it is a grift for whatever serves its purpose because he hates black people, but then, he'll kiss
I
up
wouldn't say he
to
likes black people, no, but I don't think as how he promotes it is not that.
it's
That
not
is
as genuine, right?
it is what he puts out there. So it's kind of like the sleight of hand. So you look to the left, so you won't see what's really going on to the right. It is the same thing with these people who have these prestigious jobs or things that seem socially acceptable as, having a good job in America, right? So one says, oh, you're a cop. That's a good job to have. Well, it's the forefront. But when you look at it, right, when you look at some of those people who call themselves being law enforcement and stuff, they're sick. There's a lot of them that are very sick and stupid because I know, I'll be going to class, and I was, this is like my first 2 years of college, right? I'm going to class and there was a group of these fucking cadets or whatever they call themselves at the time when they're going through the program and stuff and they're being in uniform and everything. These niggas will literally be waiting for me. And they're not black, I call them niggas, but they were, but these fools, mixture, pot of them, it was a group of them that literally would be waiting for me because they knew I did my homework. They knew I was prepared for class. They knew I was, I was trying to, be about it, get a decent GPA and stuff. And they targeted me. I shit you not. Like, can we sit around? Can we sit by you? And I started thinking to myself, this is the police force, a whole bunch of fucking dum-dums, a whole bunch of dummies. And they don't even have to, they're like the lowest bar of testing for them to even become a police officer. Like, they don't have to be rocket scientists. And then the ones that are on there, and they're so, what we say, racist. So, but when they get you, instead of just handcuffing you and calling you a whole bunch of, pejoratives or whatever, now they want to fill you up and sodomize you. And they can hide behind their job. Like, make it make sense.
And hide behind is their word against mine, and that you're supposed to see. And you know what? Just the whole police force, they love to talk about this being a white Christian nation, right? But even the police force is a form of idolatry, right? Because we're supposed to hold them to a higher standard of the law. But then when police do something wrong, it's just like, oh, well, police are corrupt. You try to make an excuse for them, being corrupt. But if somebody is just selling a little bit of weed on the side, it's like, nope, lock that nigga up. You do the crime, you do the time. It's like, we can't try to hold that standard for criminals, but at the same time, and they always talk about the black community and the no snitch policy. Guess who has the stiffest, staunchest no snitch policy? The cops.
The police,
You
because
see it in
they're a
every movie
gang.
what happens to rats if they snitch. So
And
it's
they
like,
have,
why are we
they have
playing?
gangs within there, right? Real
Yeah.
racist neo-Nazi gangs within their
And they have Hispanic
organization.
gangs too in the
Yeah.
police, and they know about them. They've done reports about it, but they just don't do anything about it.
And I just say, I think a lot of times, now I'm not saying racism isn't a thing. No, it's a fucking thing. But it will become the poster boy to hide and mask some real mentally fucked up people. Because they can sit around you, smile in your face, get to saying hi Hitler or whatever else they gonna say and F that Negro. But really, that is just something for them to be socially identified with you and you be accepting of them. But they're true. They're
Speaking
true.
of that, what about Jeffrey Dahmer? He was racist, but what he was doing was the black community was warning, like, hey, bro, this dude is harming black people. And they were saying, like, hey, well, he's not racist. He never called anybody nigger or anyone. I didn't see the show, but they told me on the show there was a scene where he was riding around with like a black body in the trunk, and the police pulled him over, like, everything okay? And he was like, yeah, everything is okay. And they were like, okay, go. But like what they didn't include in the show is Jeffrey Dahmer, he used to cut off the penises of his black victims, and he had like a collection of black dicks. They don't talk
Okay.
about that.
And so it's the fallacy thing, right? Where because Dr. Frances Cress Wessling talked about it, right? Where she talked about they are enamored with the appendage, right? The black man's appendage, and wanting to be endowed and be them. And so there's some kind of like there is this,
And
what
that
is it?
it also gives life that will change, right? Because
Yeah.
if
It's
that
like
appendage penetrates the white woman, then ain't gonna be white no more, right?
it's like a
And
worshiping of it, right? Because why would he
yeah,
cut it off and then you're sitting them up there like you're idolizing them and worshiping them and admiring them, admiring it after the fact. So I just say like it's a lot of sick stuff going on.
I mean, that is kind of worship. I remember they had Jake Paul when he was doing practice for boxing. He had a big black dildo that he was punching. Even think about the term BBC. It stands for big black cock. That ain't no black dude that came up with that term. It's some white dude who came up with an acronym for black people's penis. If you look at all of these triple X sites, Cornhub, X videos, Bang Bros, none of them are owned by black people. They got a site called black.com. All it is black mandingo warriors reeling snow bunnies. Guess who owns it? All white people. Like,
They have,
sometimes white Jewish
it's like
people. They're
it's a sick
obsessed with black
fantasy.
dudes just banging their people, but then at the same time, like you said with Dr. Franz Cress Wilson, they're worried about genetic annihilation. Because as
Fact.
soon as the black dude dips his stick in there, then they're like, oh, well, she ain't white no more. And, she's a whore, she's a mud shark and all this other stuff. I'm like, bruh, all you're doing is promoting black dudes smashing snow bunnies and shit. It's just so confusing.
But it's like they're enamored with, you know what I mean? And it's like the sick love-hate relationship where you have an admiration for, you're like, intrigued by and fascinated and all these things. And then at the same time, because you don't have it, all those things that you're
You're
attracted
threatened
to,
by it too, right?
you hate it, you hate it at the same time. You're hating it,
Hold
right?
on, you hated what you lightweight created, like you're the one who created this stuff, at least this fear, you know what I mean? This fear surrounding it, right? Like
Yeah,
it's crazy.
but I try to tell you, like, I am so serious. If you ever look at these people, these so-called people who they say they're hardcore racist and stuff, and you look at the acts, take the word away, like what they're hiding behind, which is I hate black people, but look at the acts that go along with that. Is that of anybody who is a civilized human being? Like, who is going to decide one day, hey, I'm going to string somebody up, then I'm going to cut off their D and give it to my daughter as a souvenir? Like, is that an act of a
And then they
rational
used to be
person?
fighting over the parts too, right? So if they couldn't
Yeah.
get the deed, then they're like, all right, fine, give me that, give me his ear. It's like, but then they
Is
want to
that the
pretend
act of
as
a
if,
rational person? It's not the act of that
yeah.
is not a act of a human being or somebody who is
And hold on, sincere, they would do this after church, after reading that good
after
book.
church, like a ritual. So they would go to church, sing hymn and harp, be amongst the people, shake hands and all the things, and talk about how much they love the Lord, and then go find somebody, a black person, and string them up. So, and do all those things. But think about it. They couldn't really just do that in their community because they would end up being found out. But they have a ground, a predatory ground that they can pick from, because nobody will say nothing about it because there's this overall hatred for this group of people, right? That is the forefront that they can hide under. They wouldn't do it to their community because they would be found out and then they would be in trouble. So basically, this whole United Plantations of America was set up for sociopaths and psychopaths to have a free hunting ground.
Which is why most of the lost little girls are young black women. Now, once again, all you got to do is just replace black with Jewish, right? If most of those black girls lost were Jewish or Asian, would the country stand for it? But no, they start telling you about random stuff that don't matter. Oh, look at the video of Sexy Red twerking. So then you're not supposed to care about missing black girls. Cardi B said this, black on black crime. Oh, look at Pookie. It's like, what the fuck does that have to do with this missing black girl? It's all to try to demonize the black community. So you're desensitized when anyone happened to it. It's like, oh, well, you know, they just some savage monkeys. Who gives a shit what happens to them?
Because
But
we're
you're
the
supposed to.
animals, right? We're the quarry.
Correct.
We are the quarry in this, field, right? That with the illusion of freedom. So like when you look at cattle, livestock and stuff, they'll be out there, horses, even stuff like they'll be gated in. They don't even know they're gated in like that because the gates will be so far out, right? So they have all this area to roam and just be free. And they're under the illusion of freedom. They're grazing, they're being fed, they're walking, they're feeding their children, they produce children, you know what I'm saying? And then one day they're just fucking gone. Why? Because they had to go get neck crack so that they can feed the masses. They didn't know that they were in their own grave, that they were just roaming around their grave. These animals don't know that. So that's the same, it's like the equivalent, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to black people. We're roaming around here with this illusion of freedom, but we're really kind of fenced in by all these politics, these laws, and all these other
Well,
damn
Dr.
things.
Nellie Fuller said we're in an open air prison. And
Fact.
you get enamored because it's a luxurious prison. No, I ain't no prison. I can do this. I can do that. All right. Well, you love Russia so much, right? Try to go to Russia and stay over there for 2 months, right? You think that you're free, right? Go over there and see what's going to happen when you try to come back. If you're not going to be questioned or jammed up, or even if they even allow you to come back because you thought you were so free. Or say, you know what? I mean, Chinese people are resilient. You want to go to China for 3 months and come back to America because you've lived here all your life. You think you're not going to be questioned about that? You know, you think you're free until you try to test the bounds of that freedom. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And you're like being fattened for the slaughter. You're getting fattened for the
Correct.
slaughter. And they got all these people where they gave them this word, racism or whatever, so that they can hide behind it. They can be unified with other people underneath that banner, right? And then hide from their own people, their psychotic ways, their psychopathy. Because you have to have some kind of psychopathy to decide you're going to wake up one day and start cutting off people's body parts and handing them to folks and having picnics around it. That is psychopathy. You're a predator of a sort, So they won't talk about that. No, they'll just keep using that overall umbrella word. Oh,
Well,
they're
even
racist.
think
No,
about this.
they're psychopaths. They're psychopaths. Okay.
Think about this. Remember that show, To Catch a Predator? And I actually have a segment where I'm gonna talk about this. But on that show, To Catch a Predator, the reason why they took it off air because the people who they were catching were overwhelmingly, you know what community. Now, if it was overwhelmingly black, then they would have, kept that show running. But since when they were To Catch a Predator and most and peep this, like you said
Is that
earlier,
something
sincere.
that was said, bro?
What? To Catch a Predator?
Yeah.
Well,
Was that
no,
was that put out there or something?
no, I'm saying it was a show. Have you ever seen that show?
No, I know, I understand that, but I'm saying, was that put out there, that narrative that's why? Because There was a lot of them other people getting caught up in that shit.
It's one of those unspoken things where it's like, you can suspect it, but they can't try to
Okay.
fully
Okay.
say it. You know, it's one of those things where this is the dominant society, so they're not gonna like be open and concede those things, especially when it's about them. Like we already talked about how you can hear about black on black crime, but you won't hear about white on white crime. So it's one of those
Right.
things where
Right.
you kind of gotta make your own deduction of the facts. You know what I mean? But then, you know, you can see a pattern. You can think it's a coincidence or a pattern, but, you know, but let's just say this, you know, so this can be, you know, mere speculation, but all we know is that it was factually, visually, you seen a lot of the W people, like when they were doing all this stuff, and those people were in prominent position. One dude was like I think he was in like the oil business, making clearly over six figures. Like a lot of those people had well-paying jobs. All of them had wives, and all of them was going to meet up who they thought were young, you know, young minors and stuff like that, right? And then
Wait, can I say something real quick?
yeah, go ahead.
This person says respectfully, what sector are y'all from?
I
So I
was
can.
just looking at that myself, S3, and I was trying to understand that. I was gonna actually kind of bring that to attention. But go ahead and read it, S3.
So I can ignore Miss Mammy and Sambo. Who's that? Who's Miss
Yeah,
Mammy and Sambo?
that's what I'm trying to figure out. You know what I'm saying? Because at first you came in here, you came in cool, but I don't know if you kind of throwing a shot. You know what I'm talking about?
They're trying to ignore somebody. I don't think it's directed towards us. I think it's toward.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
don't
I don't know. But
I
go
don't. I
I
ahead.
don't.
mean that
Yeah, I
that
don't
is a
understand
shot,
that.
but I don't know who it's towards. That's the only thing. Calling someone a mammy and a sambo, I mean, there's no positive way to call somebody that.
Nah, not in no way at all. So that was just different. But y'all go ahead.
Well, I don't know who that person is, so I, you know, don't really mean much to me.
No, well, we don't either. So, but we're trying to get clarity. But what were they saying about the catch the predator when they took it off the air? What happened? Because they were catching the predators. Hmm.
No, I was just saying they were all of the specific dominant society. So, you know, that wasn't a good look to just keep showing, you know, men in prominent positions, you know what I mean? Being caught, uh, and let's just call them precarious positions.
They weren't not locking up enough Negroes. That's what it is. As long as they were locking up black folks or Latin people or even anything other than white, that show would still be on. It would still be on. And
And
not
that
to
was
say
my
this not.
whole point.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
never tripped on. That's why I asked, because you know what? I never really tripped on that, bro. But I do know it was a lot of that type. You feel me? That was, you know, getting caught up, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's wild though. Something to think about, man. That's crazy. Because they was catching them predators, boy.
well, you think about it, they would have caught other ones from other nations of people, true enough. But you have to look at the ratio of people, right? So in the United States of America, the last time I really checked, the numbers might be higher, but isn't it like 46 million black people?
Oh, she's talking about us. So we whining and shit. Okay, I got you, Panda. So you saying we kind of just talking and they ain't coming with no type of solutions. It's basically wolfing and shit. That's kind of what you picked up through this whole engagement that we got going on the panel. I mean, you definitely open to your opinion. I don't think anybody was up here whining or anything like that. I think everything has kind of been pretty valid. You ain't really said anything yourself though in the chat to, you know.
Man, this is hella funny. People always doing that. It's like, first of
I'm
all,
just saying though,
you asking.
that's just kind of wild though. Like I don't mind, you know, somebody popping it, but it's just like, okay, if you're gonna say that about what we got going, I mean, you ain't really kind of said anything in the chat. You know what I mean? To stand on what your view is or whatever. Like I didn't really hear no whining up here, to be honest with you. Did y'all catch any whining though? Like I thought it was conversation.
No, but that comment is whiny, and always got to say this over and over. Let's just say hypothetically that we were whining, which we're not, but then you're in the chat whining about us whining. Guess what you're doing? Whining. The same thing what they do with people complaining. Why are y'all complaining? But you complaining about somebody else allegedly complaining. So you're doing the same thing that you're talking about. You're whining about somebody else allegedly whining. You didn't give no solutions, but you're crying about somebody else not giving you solutions. Like, I'm not your daddy. I ain't your fucking mentor or your tutor. I can give you the game, but the game is to be sold, not told. Give us solutions on what? We talked about hella random shit. Like, what solution do you want? I mean, you want somebody to hold your hand and tuck you into bed? I mean, and read you a bedtime story? Solutions for what? What solution are you looking for that hasn't already been put out there?
I'm starting to see some of the comments this person has said. This one is way weird. Listen to this. Now, this makes no entire sense. A lot of Black women, from what I've seen, have grown from a predatory behavior. So they've grown from a predatory behavior and are getting scholarships in schools. And most importantly, they are divesting in a positive way. How do
that's bedwitch babble.
I'm like, you're grown.
You
You've
know what
grown
that
from a
is? That's
predatory.
bedwitch babble. Okay, nothing to see here. Okay.
Hey man, shout out to the sniper,
Got
man.
a
That's
sense
all
of
I
your
gotta
GN
say.
training, like.
Sometimes certain shit ain't, you know what I'm saying?
I was trying to be, I was trying to be
I was
like,
trying to understand and
maybe
everything.
they're not talking about us. I don't
babble.
know. What is it? And I try to give people opportunities, but now I can see
What's
that
up with it, Brownie?
We wasn't giving no opportunity. We up here popping it smooth. It's a random thing. Big Rig, like he's already talked. This is what you call freestyle session, open panel. He's already talked about what he's talking about. So we've been bouncing around multiple topics. How am I give solutions to multiple topics, right? Not everything even needs a thorough breakdown. Like, I mean, come on now. Like, you really need somebody to hold your hand through a lot of stuff. And we actually did give solutions. Big Rig, when I asked you about, hey, Big Rig, what would you do in this situation, right? In this domestic violence thing, do you believe that you gave me a solution or did you give me a whiny answer?
I think I gave you a good answer, bro, or at least my answer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's why I was trying to figure out what they
I
was
was like,
talking about.
I'm trying to really figure out where was
whining.
the whining.
Yeah.
Oh, Big O. Okay. Big O, you always in the damn skyboxes. He the one that sniped. Well, look at him.
Yeah, you know.
Shout out to you. He then came in with those hammers and said, "Pop, pop, pop, pop." He said, "Fuck this shit." Pop, 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 pop. Damn.
That ain't the first time, man.
Yeah, because I told you I always have the
Big Rig
sniper in
ran
the
off on because
bushes.
Big Rig keep getting his snipe on at times. You feel me?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Because some people, man, just certain shit ain't tolerated, bro. But like,
so much, huh?
I always want to, But if you would have like openly kind of disrespected me or whatever, then I would have got rid of you, bro. But you was kind of the way they was talking. They was just talking in circles. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are you talking about?
It's like say it with your chest.
Yeah. Then when you come with the second one, well, hey, y'all complained for so long. Like, damn, I thought we was about to hear a beginning of a song right now. The way, you know what I mean? I'm like, shit. Okay.
And this is the thing. If we was complaining that long, why are you still here? Why ain't you dip? This don't really make sense. It's like you watching a movie, man, this shit corny, and then you just keep watching the movie complaining about how corny you think it is. Bro, you have other options. This YouTube. You can just scroll and watch anybody else.
Man.
You watching
that
us,
is true,
they ain't giving no solutions. They complaining. But you watching the people that complain and don't give no solutions. What does that say about you?
Well, I think that, to be honest with you, bro, because the way I'm looking at some of these messages that they had, they're asking about what sector we're from. So when you talk that sector talk like that, bro, like you coming from somewhere. I've never seen the person, bro.
Well, they're
So you
saying
already
white
know what
women.
type time
They
it
said
is,
something
huh?
about white women are going out of their way to get that D. They, you know what? They are, because and this is the thing, and I
And they're
talk
going
about
out of their way to end up like that Ashley Janae chick, unfortunately.
facts, and I want to say this when it comes to some of these white women, in their fantasies, they'll go for the D. They love the D. They don't like the black woman though. Just because somebody goes for the genitalia, the interracial sex or whatever, the fantasies and whatever they have, put up in their head, they think that it's going to be just fantastic. What do they call jungle fever time? Does not mean they
Yeah.
like your black butt. You know what I'm saying?
Or
All
your
the
black
presidents,
family,
okay,
right?
all those white presidents were over there doing all kinds of weird and
Thomas
strange things.
Jefferson, right? The dude,
Mhm.
the dude enslaved, like they say, like up to 600 people. He was smashing many of the enslaved. They were creating what they would call new races of people, mulattoes, octoroons, quadroons. How was
Mhm.
that happening? Because clearly the black men, they didn't have access to white women, and then there were a bunch of white women who were going in there saying that they wanted to get a dose of the soul pole, and then they would say, hey, he RAPE'd me. They had it on movies like Roseville and all this other stuff where they get
You mean
caught.
Rosewood? You mean Rosewood?
Rosewood, that's what I
Mhm.
meant. On
Yeah, so he
Rosewood,
was
right?
ready to correct that.
Well,
I
you know what I'm
know.
saying? Because let me tell you, there's a lot of
Shout out
Rosewood
to
hoes.
him.
There's a lot of Rosewood hoes running around here in these YouTube streets, and these coon ass niggas is protecting them and stuff. And I just get disgusted by it. But then they want to be mad at me. They want to, say all these things about Sincere and make it like I'm the problem. No, I am not the problem, but I will be your fucking problem. I'll be
Well,
your problem because I'm not going for that. No can do.
there it is, there, melanated. Because I haven't seen the person, but
Hey, TC.
when you say sector things,
Oh,
then I know you coming from
wow.
one of the sectors. So
That's your first time, Big Rig?
yeah, I've never seen that. No, I haven't seen.
I never heard that person either.
No, I've seen that person in the beef sector as well.
Oh,
And
okay.
then another person came in earlier, but they didn't go too far to the left, and they were representing the beef sector, right? And
Right, I highlighted that. Was that the
yeah,
same person though, or no?
no, it's two different people. But this
Oh,
is my
okay.
thing, and I'm not trying to like pinpoint it just on the beef sector, but I have noticed for quite some time that it's a lot of racist people that move around in the beef sector. And a lot of the
Really?
brothers and sisters over there have been cooning for them and protecting them. And then they'll fight one who speaks up
Oh,
against
wow.
it. And so they have had carte blanche for a while to just roam and be just as covert, right? Not overt. And I think because I'm a Californian, I'm more in tune with the covert opposed to the overt, because that's what we lived under all this time in California, is that covert racism. So, if I'm saying I'm checking the situation, but it'll always be a sister or brother to come and you're just da 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 da. I'm like, man, if you don't get your black ass out the way while I pull these swords out on this damn racist, get the fuck out the way. And I mean it. Because I see it.
What's up, TC?
All right. Well, good morning, y'all. How you doing? Sincere. Good morning.
Good
I heard
morning,
you.
TT.
I didn't want to. I know y'all were vibing. Hey, how you doing, Big? What's going on? And Be Easy and everybody in the chat. I just want to say something in reference to that thing that was that just got obliterated. Thanks to Big O and everybody else that zapped the person. Forget them. Yeah, you and Be Sincere, and Big, please continue on with that conversation, or get back to it, because it was invigorating. This person obviously doesn't understand anything. You could tell that they're working from a second grade perspective. They don't understand that you have to have a hypothesis and antithesis so that you can have a solution. It begins with having discourse and conversation. and you had to identify some of the problems. Not only did you identify problems, but you all cited some places in which to find, some of where you all were talking about some of the problem where it stems from. The show you went back to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who was one of my mentors. Rest in peace to her. Neely
Rest
Fuller,
in
which was
power
one of
for that
Rest in
her.
sister.
power to the sister, to the good sister.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
I went to Africa with her, Dr.
that's
Ben,
amazing. I didn't know you. I
Doctor.
didn't know you
Yeah,
was tapped
bro.
in like that.
I've said
TC's
my
real
story
deal.
with that. Dr. Ben, Dr.
Can
John
you
Henry
tell his
Clark,
story over on my
Yeah,
channel? I need to go find
Naeem
that live and
Afar,
release it.
and Marimba Ani, Ashwa Kwesi. Those were my mentors in this quote unquote, they call it the conscious. But we were talking about all this stuff a long time ago. But now there's some other things that need to be talked about and be reminded of. And so you all were
correct.
doing it. Those things that I don't know. I didn't understand that scholarship. Black women diverting. I didn't
Yeah,
understand that.
no, it
They
wasn't diverted. It was
whatever.
divested. Not that you know what type of language that is. So thank you for coming up and clearing that up because I'm sure you've
Yeah,
seen that character around because that was just a disruptor. That did throw a little
that's all
monkey
that
wrench.
is. That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
all.
what it was. Because now that I think about it, even giving it life, you know what I'm saying? Because it was just kind of catching me off guard. And then when S3 started reading it, I just was kind of reading it myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
Yeah.
understand where this is coming
My
from.
apologies. It just threw me off. But
No, well, it threw me
Oh
too.
no, no. Listen, you know you all you have to do what you have to do.
yeah.
I'm just saying that from here on out, I just when y'all continue the conversation, continue because those folks don't want you all to talk like this.
Yeah.
And then mention the Neely Fullers, the Francis Cress Welsing, and then talk about the East Coast, West Coast, the covert racism versus the overt racism. Those people who are kind of roaming around in these various sectors.
In the
That
psychopathy, because I wanted to ask you, TC, while you're here. What did you think if I don't know if you caught this part, but I'm saying that racism is like the poster, like it's what people hide behind, right? They put it's the forefront. So because it's acceptable, right? Racism is acceptable in United Plantations America. But these psychopaths hide behind that title so that they can be, in the camaraderie of the people, but then they have this free reign to be for their psychopathy to act out whatever that psychopathy is on other people. See, they won't do it to their people because they'll get them. They're like, oh, you did this and this and that. But if they say, hey, I'm a racist, I'm a this, I'm a that, and I'm with you, they can hide with them and be part of the group and then act their psychopathy out on the other groups. Because who is going to wake up and want to cut off people's limbs and then like in the case of that Dr. Sims, I forgot his name, but the one who did all the he did all the experimentation on Black women where he were cutting them open and then taking things out and putting them back together, not giving them pain medicines. That's how
Crazy.
we have our
I don't even
gynecologists
know
today,
about that.
right?
I
That's how we
agree.
have our
I do agree.
gynecologists today, right? And would one say that he was a psychopath? I would say he was, but he was
Absolutely.
hiding behind the title of doctor, right? That's one. That's the job, doctor. And then he's racist, and it's okay because that's another thing you can hide behind. But in truth, you might be a doctor and you might be racist, but those are the things that are forefront and acceptable. They're not going, you can't just come out and say, hey, I'm a psychopath and I'm a serial killer. How you doing? It doesn't work that way. They have to hide behind something.
Yeah, I'm pastor. I'm doctor. I am elected official. I am there. Yeah, there are a lot of titles that you hide behind and to be able to push forward the agenda, whatever that agenda is. Absolutely.
And I'm not saying they're not racist, because that goes to stand in a lot of ways, but I'm just saying that there are certain things that people just hide behind, to blend in, and their agenda is something different.
Certainly.
It's totally something different.
Mhm.
And when I look at it, when I peel back the layers, like peeling back the layers of an onion, you get to start to seeing what it really is. It's sociopaths and psychopaths running amok. And they
There
have
was a book called White Robes to Black Robes.
Mm-mm.
And they talking about getting in the justice system, running for office, and
Mhm.
becoming a judge and things of that nature, and understanding that so yeah, you go from one, you put that down, and you put on another piece of clothing,
Right.
um and you blend in, you continuously blend in for the time period, for the situation at hand. You have folks that walk around with their pants hanging down to blend in with the people that they totally dislike or hate, if you will.
Mhm.
They
His
hate.
name is Dr. James M. Sims. Facts.
Hmm.
Mhm. Exactly.
So absolutely, and here's the thing: we should be able to tell and be able to pick out or vet those people very well. We should be able to vet those people. Yeah.
I mean, they don't want us to. I don't think they don't want us to protect ourselves. They just want us to be lambs to the slaughter, and then they teach our children, or we teach our children to be pacifist, you know, and to be scared.
Hmm. I
And
agree.
genetically that's passed down, right? Because there's like a thing about the fear gene, and all these things, like they're stressors, right, that are genetically passed down from generation to generation. I think they
Hmm.
did this like experiment on mice, and they did a lot of things to the mice to make them scared to go certain ways, and either they might get shocked or whatever, and then they passed that down genetically to their children, right? The mice did. So they would breed and have more mice and stuff, and in that whole thing just got passed down genetically, is a fear gene, right? And that's why I call it a fear gene. And so
Hmm.
that is the same thing with us as Black people. We
Hmm.
just really have passed that down, and quite naturally, self-preservation is the first law of nature for any person, to protect yourself.
Absolutely, it is.
So, we are under this illusion of inclusion, like we're some kind of post-racial utopia, and then we are amongst predators, people who have been preying on us, preying on our children, preying on our family for generations. And then we have this gene, these stressors that keep being passed down to us genetically. And it needs to stop, because self-preservation is the first law of
Law of
nature.
nature. Neely Fuller and Dr. Cresswell had they talked about they talked about this in a way, at the time that they spoke about this back in the 60s and 70s. It was committed, the quote unquote leaders of those days would call that committing genocide. Um, Now we're seeing that it might be something to it, but I agree
Yeah,
with what you said.
this this generation, let's be honest, a lot of people's parents and grandparents, they wasn't picking up what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was putting down, or Nellie Fuller. Now people are saying, you know what? Man, have you heard of Nellie Fuller? And a lot of people's parents are embarrassed to say, like, yeah, I knew Nellie Fuller, or I knew of him,
Right,
but they wasn't supporting them. The
right. There
majority of
you go.
people wasn't supporting
Hmm.
MLK. The majority of
They
people
weren't
wasn't supporting
supporting
Malcolm
Dr.
X.
Khalid Muhammad. Remember when Dr. Khalid
Correct.
Muhammad was on Donahue, and
Yeah.
Absolutely,
he was spitting them facts, and oh my God, they couldn't take it.
They
Dr.
couldn't take it,
Khalid.
and they
Yes,
framed him as a
absolutely.
radical. They framed
Then
him
he
as radical. He hates white people. Same thing that they doing about Farrakhan. They won't platform Farrakhan, but they will platform Nick Fuentes. Farrakhan has said, "Hey, bring any of y'all Jewish rabbis. I'll debate him." And they just said, "No, he's anti-Semitic. We don't want to platform him. He's a black nationalist." They just said all stuff about him. Meanwhile, they put all sorts of disgusting people in front of you, and you're supposed to be okay with that. And
and and
the
and here's
soldier.
why and here's why I say that the incubators of black leadership, where or black when I say black leadership, black people that are gonna come up and do the work, the science, the work, the research, the work. We must be and stay amongst them, at least know them for ourselves, as opposed to allowing the political climate or the society at hand to be able to put in front of us a leader, a black leader, and say this is going to be your leader. Well, no, that's the person you agree with, because their agenda seems to be coincide or parallel to yours. However, I'm down with Sister Soldier. Okay, and that's how that's gonna
Well, like
roll.
Dr. Nellie Fuller said, and now, the Black grassroots are saying it now, the code is supposed to be your leader. We don't need any more leaders.
Absolutely.
We've had
Thank
enough
you.
leaders. And then once you put up a leader, then they just try to tear that leader down.
There
People
you
hate
go.
Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby did a lot of good things for the black community. Now, he did have some times where maybe he was inartful and he sounded like Sambo-esque with some of the speeches that he said, but I do believe it was from a good place, and with his own money he did a lot of things to enrich and enfranchise the community. But you're only supposed to think about what the media told you about him, right? Same thing with Michael Jackson. If Michael Jackson was such this
Right.
disgusting pedo, why would they be trying to make money off him right now, right? Why won't they just erase him from existence? But no, they're trying to make money off of him while at the same time calling him a disgusting pedo, while they burying the Epstein pedo list. And they want to get black people, right? They want you to think that Diddy is this monster. They're trying to compare Diddy to the Nazi dude with the funny mustache, because Diddy had bottles of baby oil. Fine, Diddy is a POS, but come on.
He
You trying to
said,
make it seem like,
fine.
I'm just saying, they trying to make this nigga Diddy to be out like the biggest monster ever. All he had was hella bottles of baby oil. He was a POS as a boyfriend, but
Well,
Cassie,
and this is part of why
go
we,
ahead.
and B, this is why we have to know history. So that's why it's important to have these conversations. We need to know all the history, learning everything about global history, everything that's going on. From Hitler to Idi Amin to, I mean, there's so many quote unquote.
But hold on. I'm glad you brought up Idi Amin, because
Hmm.
they frame Idi Amin as this brutal dictator, but what Idi Amin, he was trying to stand up for his people, right? Because they made it seem as he was just this dude who just hated these Indian people. But now, guess what, right? And Uganda, guess who's running it? The same Indians that Idi Amin was trying to say, "Hey, we
Was
don't want
trying to
these
say
people."
from right.
We don't want these
And
people to
that's
take
what I'm.
over our land and colonize our land. And now they've taken over the land. They basically have Uganda like an apartheid state. And this is what Idi
That's
Amin was fighting against. But they framed
exactly.
him. They
And
framed him basically the same way they framed Khalid Muhammad,
there
Elijah
was
Muhammad,
there was
etc.
there was Kwame Nkrumah, Saka Toure, of course. Mandela, he did it the peaceful way, but there were things about Mandela that people don't know that he did prior to him getting older. And then stages. One of the things I talk about are stages of a quote unquote these people. Because as I saw Khalid, when Khalid came out, because he came to Philly with Leonard Jeffries, he came to Philly quite. He was, I put it this way: he came to Philly. We
Oh, you
he
was
was
linked in too.
he was very much linked in. Okay, he started various movements, other movements outside of. But the bottom line is that as a young man, he came strong. He was unapologetic, the whole 9 yards. When a leader, they get into a certain point, because they are thinking of things and they're reevaluating, et cetera, when they get older. As we get older, there's certain things we change about our movement, about the way that we see things and the way that we do things. Not taking anything away, but like you said, these are people who other people want to say are not good, but we have to decide for ourselves what
Yes,
we want to do, and
and
we
it's
gotta
not to
live in, and we got to live in code. You said
correct.
it. That
That's
is
the
the
that's
God.
the leader.
That's
Because
the God right
you
there.
don't need a targeted leader. The
No,
targeted leader is just, hey, you see something happen to a black woman, you don't need to be, where is our leader to save us? The code is the leader. Go protect that black woman.
there
So
you go.
that's what truly the leader is. And all they want is for a leader so they can look what happened to all of our leaders. MLK
They
assassinated, Malcolm X
absolutely.
assassinated, Fred Hampton assassinated, Medgar Evers assassinated. You can keep going on and on. It's
Bobby
a bunch of
Seals,
assassinations, yeah,
Fannie
that
Lou
people don't
Hamer.
know.
Right.
And even the ones that, even if it wasn't a straight assassination, like uh um Michael Jackson was assassinated. People are not talking about it like that. That dude, he injected him with drugs and stuff. That's an assassination, right?
I
You know what I mean?
agree.
Like they're
I
trying to
agree.
frame it as something other than that. And they're suspicious around Prince. Remember Sam Cooke? All he was doing was fighting for his royalties. There's a
Absolutely.
lot of suspicious. So all these people that have been leaders, we've seen what happened to them. So we just need to be on code. So when they take it, you know what I mean? It's like you can't go after one, you have to go after all of us, you know what I mean? And for many people, we got the people that have done the work. People that tried to come and disrupt the chat. Y'all people are not doing the work. Just shut up
Just
and
shut
reap
up
the
and
benefits
listen.
from us
Right.
doing the
Boom.
work. Because I seen hella people when they be this is why I hate when people talk about black on black crime and shit like that. When I hear people talking about that, I know that they're not doing anything in the community. Because if you care about the crime, I always retort, hey, okay, fine. You wanna do you want to go mentor some of these youth? Do you want to give some of these youth some jobs? Do you want to train them in some sort of skill? Do you want to take time out of your day to go train these kids? You don't
And
want to
and
do
and,
it.
and look at
Them ain't my kids.
look
So
at
why are you
exactly.
complaining?
Look at the Black Panthers who were brothers and sisters who were in college, um, East Coast and West Coast at the same time, creating creating programs. First of all, figuring out what they needed: basic food, clothing, water, and shelter.
Food,
How is
clothing.
a
They
child
had
going to
health
learn if
clinics.
they don't?
They had
How is a child going to
tutoring.
learn if they don't have any food in their stomach when they go to school?
Did you know in the school? Did you know the free lunch in schools that came from the Black Panthers?
Absolutely, I know that. Bobby
Okay,
Seals. We're talking
okay,
about
okay.
Fred Hampton. We talking about all those brothers.
Okay, no,
And at
I
the
always
but
gotta
but
ask because some of our
here's
people
the
don't even
thing.
know that now.
Here's the right. They don't want to acknowledge it, and we got to continue to talk about it. That's why when you all were
Facts.
talking about some things and bringing up the people you were bringing up, that have done the work, it is important to continue to, number one, edify and to make sure, as some of them are ancestors, some of them are not, but to continue to talk about the work they've done, and to also, the one thing about the Black Panthers that I love is that not only were they feeding the of course the stomach, and helping the children and helping feed and clothe the mothers. What they also did was they intelligently taught people about the rights, and they how to what to say.
And self-defense. Yep.
There are scripts today that Caucasian people, I just saw it on YouTube about maybe 2 months ago, and I took a screenshot of it, that Caucasian people use to make sure they fit. And that was the book, because we got the green book. Don't even get it twisted. We had a green book back in the day.
I
You know
was
what I
talking
mean?
about that
Like,
today. Yeah.
you right. You
Yeah. So
understand
you
what
know
I'm
about all
saying? We
the
had a
sundown
bunch of
towns and
books.
things like that.
Right.
Restaurants.
Where
Yeah.
to go, where to sleep, where to stop, what to say, ba ba ba, bam bam bam. We did that, not nobody else. we did that. So
Hey, and
we
peep
gonna
this.
talk our talk.
This was without AI, without the internet too.
That's right.
None of that stuff was even thought of.
Exactly. So y'all talk y'all talk. I just came up here to say I appreciate that. Of course, Big Rig's got to always be in the midst of something, and I love it, and I appreciate him always coming. Always being able to have these great conversations. Thank you, brother. I really
Appreciate you,
appreciate
TC.
it, and I appreciate y'all West Coast people because it's really interesting that I'm gonna be honest with you. On here on the East Coast, um, we sometimes we talk about West Coast people as being very aloof, kind of flighty.
Mm.
But I must say that here
Oh
on
damn! Shots
these
fired.
no, no, I'm telling you what's being said. Howsoever, I will say that the folks that I have engaged with during my time here, I I have greatly appreciated the conversation. From the folks from the West Coast. Number one, because you guys stay up because you guys are 3 hours before, so you guys are always up. But I like the fact that you all have these conversations, and we can have these conversations in a decent way, in a decent manner. Disagree, okay, no problem. Let's talk it out. But at the same time, have the conversation, not yell and scream, holler, cuss and fuss, and disrespect each other. So I just want to say that I really appreciate, the folks from the West Coast. There's some excellent, absolutely wonderful conversations, deep conversations. So thank you all, sincere, Big Rig. I appreciate it,
Oh,
and stay on
Appreciate you,
that.
TC.
You can't stay on the course, but no. I take that back. You stay on the course that you want to stay on. That's what I'm gonna say. Me myself, I would like I always say in my chats that I have that are specifically and only for HBCUs, college and everything, for my Black American working class, middle class families. I love them. I'm gonna always protect them. And I don't want nobody doxing them. We don't come. It's hard to come by these crazy jobs that we have that we slave on, and we need to take care of our children and send them to school and things. It's hard for then to have somebody come and dox them and lie on them and things of that nature. So I have to I protect my folks because I know what it takes to try to get your children from point A to point to Z. It's not easy. So I zap people every day, all day, so that we can make sure folks are getting the necessary information. Here we can have the discourse, and I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you so
That's what's up,
much.
TC. Appreciate it.
Hi, TC.
All right, y'all. Hey, y'all have a great one. Everybody have a wonderful, wonderful Thursday, and talk to you later.
Okay.
You too. All right,
All
I'm
right.
finna
Good night,
shut down,
sincere.
y'all.
Good night, B.
I'm coming up on 4 hours and 30 minutes, so y'all know I'm on that freebie. So I gotta
Oh damn!
stay my
Already,
time.
Big Rig? You
Yeah,
you
4
shutting down
hours and
early?
30.
I'm just
4
joking.
hours and 30. Yeah. But I
Hey, as soon
appreciate
as I
y'all
said
rocking,
early,
man.
bro, it was like 4 hours and 30.
Hey, but you and S3, y'all be rocking though, man. I seen the live the other day when y'all was going, man. Y'all was up there for a minute too. Y'all need to have a
Yeah,
little bit more,
I
man.
enjoyed my time. I was
Oh
like,
yeah, that was
okay.
dope. You know what? A lot of people like that live, bro.
Yeah, so y'all may want to think about doing that again. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah,
do your
talking about
commentary like you do, S3, but then like maybe towards the end, just get down and kind of do what y'all was doing, man, because y'all be having like these discussions just like what we had today, and I think a lot of people do be appreciating that shit, man. Instead of just always
yeah,
hearing the
because
rah-rah
I used to
shit.
do I used to do like a lot of content and stuff, and I just kind of got away from that, and then I went into the effery of it all, if you will, But I'm starting to wane away from that again, the effery, because like to be honest, like it's just very I don't want to say low vibrational, but I just think that if if you don't use it, you'll lose it after a while. You got to start thinking about something, and there's a lot of stuff that's been going on lately, as of late, and we as people, as a Black people, a nation of people, we kind of have to start thinking about our future because we're in a land, that doesn't give a flying fig about us or our children or our future. And everybody is in, preservation mode. And we need to be in the same mode. Like, what does it look like? What do we look like? How do we, what do we have? What resources do we have? What do we actually own? Like, what do we own?
And what are we going to own? Or what are we going to build? Like,
Yeah.
that's what's more important. Like, because you want to be bickering back and forth on some sectors. It's like, bruh, it ain't going to be no sectors in 5, 10 years. You know what I mean? At the rate you keep playing. You know what I mean? And like I said, a lot of people have kids, and I'd be more concerned about their kids' futures than them. So this is kind of why I had that segment earlier. Like, some people is having kids that just say, I had a kid, that's my legacy. You're a deadbeat. Like, how is that part of your legacy? You know what I
I mean,
mean?
and
But
then like the thing about it, the cold part about it, like right before our eyes, and I don't think people are really noticing that systems are crashing, things are changing, and what you think of like monetarily, or what you think that the days of old, right, where our parents were or our grandparents were like, oh, own a home and own some land and own this, but really was own a home, right? Opposed
remember,
to
they talked about having a white picket fence. They
yeah,
don't even mention that no more.
opposed to owning land, or but then what does ownership really look like when times are coming up to what they're coming up to, because you're in a land where the land is really not yours, right? And there was a time when we had a bartering system. We knew how to cultivate things to exchange amongst each other as currency, and to keep us, keep ourselves afloat. And we had townships, right, that were all black, and we had our own doctors, and we had our own um, economic systems and social systems and all the things, and things are going to go back to that way. It's going to end up being that way. So you have to kind of like ask yourself, how do you prepare? How do you not prepare not only yourself, because maybe you might come on the beginning cusp of the things, but your children and your grandchildren and your great grandchildren will be in the trenches of it. They will be in the trenches of it, right? What the landscape will look like, including technology. A lot of times I start thinking about that movie, the Terminator, right? Is it Terminator, where everything became AI and they were battling against the bots and all that stuff? But it's gonna be a whole
There's a
different
lot of movies
landscape.
like that now. AI,
Yeah.
iRobot,
Yeah.
Terminator.
So the landscape is gonna be different. What currency is gonna look like, and all these things, and then and for every advancement in technology, there's always a revolutionary stage or a fighting back or a pushback. And what would that look like?
Yeah,
And
because there's going to be a recession and a regression, right? There's more
right,
AI, which is cool for technology, but that means there's more job loss, more depression, more self unalivings, right?
yeah,
There's a lot more stuff that's going to happen for that. And then a lot of people take for granted, like, yeah, when you was a kid, you was able to go out in high school. Remember, they had jobs like called a paper boy, a pool boy. That means as
right,
teenagers was doing those jobs. Now there's no boys delivering paper, and there's no pool boys because now they're hiring grown undocumented immigrants. When I grew up, it was a bunch of black people working at fast food jobs. Now you go there, the bunch of grown immigrants working a job. You know what I mean? So what do you think is going to be available when your son grows up? When I grew up, it was a bunch of black people doing construction. Now it's a bunch of undocumented immigrants doing construction. Not because it ain't no black people unwilling to do it. Then now people are discouraged for even applying for a lot of these jobs. So then I ask people, what do you think is going to be available for your son, right? Oh, my son going to go to school and go to college and get a job that's wiped out by AI. So people should be thinking 10, 20 years ahead. Instead, they just thinking about, their kids' prom pictures.
Well, Melanated said,
absolutely.
thanks for the discourse. It was refreshing. And I gotta go, y'all.
Okay, bye.
All right, peace
That's,
out,
I
peace out, Big
appreciate
see
Rick.
y'all,
y'all
man.
later.
That nigga cold. He ain't saying you gotta go home, but you gotta get
You
out of
just
here.
know you
All
got
right,
to
Hey, I gotta go.
leave.
cool.
I'm at 4
Hey,
hours and 30 on the
All
dot.
right.
hey,
Bye,
Big Rick,
bye. Bye,
Big
Yeah.
Big
Rick. I
Rick.
would say I'm on mute, but nigga, I ain't on mute. I'm out.
All right, man. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody, man, that slid through. I appreciate y'all, man. Probably go live again maybe this weekend. I don't know. Definitely next week though, for sure, man. Again, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a great night, early morning, man. And just be safe out there, man. For real, man. Stay away from them suckers, man. And punk motherfuckers. Man. I'm up out of here.